calling all hooligans. I'm talking about the cypher buns, the road jumpers, the hair raisers, the bunners, the playboys, the mutants, and the pump bunnies. Let's get it.
Live, there you go.
Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the cause, gotta prove it. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the cause, gotta prove it.
You already know I'm with the hooligans. Running through the city, got my chest out. When the have-nots want a little bit, they arrest us, tired of being left out. I done been through it all, never gave up. I'ma do it all alone, who gon' save us? Trying to get it to the point that respect us, no more slavery, we coming for the extras. Me and my squad tired of the losing, formulating plans, I've been out here recruiting. See, I'm all talking, ain't nobody moving, everybody wanna live, why nobody shooting? Road jumpers, hell raisers, punk bunnies, stay dangerous. When I die, I'll go martyr, live famous. I already know what they aim is. Comfortable, carefree with the angels. We done took the base shot, we know what pain is. Michelangelo couldn't even paint this. My pain, this art, I've gave my heart. Or you not, get the tape when we came this far.
Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the cause, gotta prove it. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the cause, gotta prove it. Say you down for the cause, gotta prove it. Or stay out the way for the movement. Carry gang squad up, no cap. We out here, what's happening? Got factions, by the masses. When it's SRG, we AK deep in the street with a beat, made it 6K. Drive to a knee, but believe that's what you call anarchy. On the rise, strategize every move when we ride. Don't care what back you from or how much dirt you done, we on the takeover, so pick a side. Ain't no more lines we cross, we not boundaries over. We war ready, we all soldiers, we all the smoke, same mass abundance. Got the cypher bunches with the game up. Suck the box, we dismantle SLA parts on the low. Playboy hustler, ain't nothing, it's just a give and a go. Silly fluffers, tricks up for kids, I thought y'all people should know. Hooligan, we hit dip, I let the mutants explode. Yeah. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the cause, gotta prove it. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the cause, gotta prove it.
Calling all hooligans. I'm talking about the cypher buns, the road jumpers, the hair raisers, the bunners, the playboys, the mutants, and the pump bunnies. Let's get it.
Live, there you go.
Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan?
Look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. preacher, we are bound. 'Cause, oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. I see you. Sit tight. Something's coming.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you may be coming in from to tune into this stream. My name is Why Not, joined by Zepcasts in a wonderful actual debut for what I believe to be is the competitive My Pet Hooligan circuit. An early access game with a $12,000 prize pool, Zep. I think that's a pretty big feat.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think it's going to be a fantastic day of games. We've had a chance to check out how these teams can perform, and we get to sit and watch them all day along with you guys. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. But before we get into that, it's very important that for you, the people at home, the audience, know what we're actually getting into this evening with this. So check out this quick video that'll explain the game mode ahead for today's tournament.
What? You don't know how it works? It's almost like you've never done this before. Oh, right, we haven't. Anyway, 4 blue hooligans go against 4 red hooligans in what the streets call Organized Anarchy. These rabbits are armed with skateboards and a bunch of guns, melee weapons, and explosives. You know, weapons to kill. The fight stops once either red or blue reaches 30 kills. Then the teams meet on another territory. If that same squad wins, it's all over. But if the second fight goes the other way, there's a third round tiebreaker. And that's it. So have fun and be careful. Or wait, what am I saying? Don't be careful. Go kill!
And with that, you guys get a little bit of a taste of what's going to be some explosive action, a game that's, at the very least, been completely new in terms of what I'm familiar with. Zep, I think, can say the same, but something very exciting in terms of the movement, in terms of the weapon play, in terms of the rotations, and in terms of what you can really get done in this game. I think that there's a lot that's going to be said in the game itself. With that, though, there's a lot of time for us to start discussing these types of things. There's a lot of time for us to delve deeper into the analytics of it. But Zep, what are your first impressions of this game?
Well, honestly, I think the first impressions of this game is one that I think people of all ages can enjoy, right? I mean, anyone can come in and find something that they like in the gameplay. And, you know, as we talked about before, we've had the chance to check out this game and the variety is there to be seen. You know, the weapons offer really unique and cool elements of how you would go about playing certain maps. The actual map designs themselves are really fun and quirky. And then ultimately, beyond all the maybe great game mechanics and things that you may have in a game, what makes it stand out more than anything else, or what makes a great game, is its personality. And I think this game has it in droves. We've already seen that from the trailer. It has an identity. It knows what it wants to be. So I think players are going to be able to really resonate with what's going on within this title, but then also be able to find something to enjoy in the competitive side of things.
Yeah, I mean, competition is the root, I feel like, of a lot of these games' success, and I think also integrating that as early as they have is going to be a little bit of like a booster up into maybe getting some more eyes onto the game, maybe some people giving a look-see. In terms of gameplay, I think as a competitive esport, if we want to call it that in its earliest forms, it's going to be something I think maybe is a little bit different from what people are used to at a competitive level, to where maybe it draws in a whole new group of players. Maybe, you know, it inspires others, but I can say that some teams are going to be definitely a little bit, inspired, because we've got a lot of teams to go through on these sides of the to kick things off onto the day. Moving into the North American as well, we've got 2 very, very large sides to beef through. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah, a lot of teams that are going to be eyeing for those top prizes, which I think is just going to, again, make for a great evening as you see through all of them. Farsia, Lizard Labs, and so on and so forth as you would run down that list. Plenty of games, and you know what makes it really fascinating is that, you know, we as casters and a lot of people watching as well at home, we're going into this sort of very clueless as to what these teams are bringing to the table, you know, because it's so new and we're covering a lot of these things for the first time. We can't tell who's going to come out on top until we really get into those games, see the individual player names, and the stories are going to write themselves and unravel as the bracket goes on today. And in future tournaments that happen, we're going to be looking back in this and looking back at all these players and what we've seen from this going forward. So this is really sort of the stepping stone, if you will, to everything that'll come after the fact. And I just cannot wait to see what teams are going to be able to throw some surprises.
Oh yeah, we're going to learn a lot about the players individually on these rosters as we go through the day. We're going to see kind of the, I guess, favorite teams perhaps going throughout the day as well in regards to what 5 players can bring to the table. I can see a number of teams actually under the same organization looking to compete for the same title in that same bracket. It's going to be an interesting one as we do have a number of teams from a bunch of different areas of the world, as well as I had previously mentioned. We have the 8 teams from Asia on the bottom side of this bracket. On the left, 24 teams from Europe, 12 from North America on the upper right, and 20 South American teams on the bottom right. And that's just like such an amalgamation of what could very well be the beginnings of game style differences that have a lot to show and go through. And I think that's going to be a pretty big piece of it as well. These individuals are going to have to show that they can show that game style on their own. The individualism is something that you and I got to experience in our little bit of a crash course in the beginnings of where very, very different ways of play, I would say, for some of the superstars that we had begun to see. But as we go deeper into these days, we've got our players to highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kerry Moy here, a player that we are looking at. And, you know, one of these mechanics in the game that is super fun to watch is how players use that skateboard. One thing that you will pick up on nearly straight away is that players are just practically always using that skateboard, right? If they are running around, they are just open to be shot, so there'll always be the use of skateboard. It also helps players negate fall damage as well. So it's one of those mechanics that is integral for top players to get the hang of, and any player really who wants to kind of compete in what you would maybe say just the upper half of the competitive level at all. The skateboard is key, and what you can do with the weapons on that skateboard is even more important.
Yeah, I think in tandem with the weaponry of choice for some of these players, that's going to be an interesting feature to keep an eye on as well. Obviously not easy to make these shots happen if you're not canceling out your momentum. If you're trying to move out of the way of your bullet fire, you have to make sure you've got the right weapons for the job in order to make use of the range that you've created, the distance between them. As you can see that Weld Peggy is now using that shotgun, a weapon that wouldn't really work all too well if you need to get a distance between you and your opponents. Maybe take a little bit of a sneakier route to get up in and behind them, maybe find a weapon around the map, navigating it, and obviously to this point I can only assume, having learned some of these maps to a point where you know where they spawn in from, that's going to be one of the bigger things as well. Seeing how just quickly they are to adapt to situations that may be more hectic, and in the different game modes that you are going to see, you are going to probably make more note of the fact that losing lives is obviously not a good thing. You want to keep as many of them up as you possibly can, and when you are making a run for the hills, it's not leaving your teammates stranded.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, right? You have to play really together as a team to make sure that you're not getting caught out. And when you decide to go out into those areas, you have to make sure you don't get caught. And the teams that we are watching on our screen now for the first game of this evening are going to have to keep that in mind, as already you see in the split, you have Weld kind of further away from his teammates and trying to take advantage of that fact early goals to catch them off guard, trying to take out Karamoy, but instantly getting taken out. 1-1 each already here, as it is a first to 20 minutes to do so it'll always come down to those lives. Plenty of time to work with, and you can already see Weld SK8 here regrouping on that side, and the way that these teams are playing, straight away we're seeing there's a split in the other half of the map, but you have TR4 with a little bit of a height advantage. Will they be able to use that to their advantage?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting, considering that they do get that 20-minute timer to go off of, to where, again, when you and I had gotten our crash course in this game with some pretty solid players being seen, they were a little bit more, I wouldn't say careless, but they were willing to throw their hat into the ring for the early duels in order to maybe close out before that 20-minute marker for those 30 kills. And right now you can see that at that distance, they didn't really seem all too keen on getting up close and personal to start. But as they get more warmed up and more comfortable into it, you can see that it's a seizure all around. They've gotten right into the center and into the heart of the map, to where in and out of these buildings, they flood through and steam up high, sees his teammates from a distance take these fights. He can't really do much to help them, all things considered. It feels like this red team has control of the very least of the surrounding game, but I'm not sure what just happened there. A self-death, or so it seems, maybe, or maybe something of the sorts, but, you know, it's always kind of difficult to tell.
Yeah, it can be difficult to tell at times, and look, already you can see LVN on that 2 knockouts, no stream, only on the 1. Weld, yeah, as you said, they're controlling the map, very much moving around together, seemingly picking up the kills as a team. Is, you know, again, not many kills yet, but already we're just seeing a couple of players who are sort of managing to stick together and make the most out of that. They were patient to begin with, waited for their opportunity, moved around well, and Peggy getting that kill as well on no steam. And already it's just a case of, as he said, nailed it perfectly. It's map control. They're moving around as a unit, getting those kills. TR4, they need to regain as a 4 and figure out quickly how they're going to deal with this onslaught. That scoreline's going to quickly run away from them at 9-3.
Yeah, you don't want to let that dwindle. Be able to hold on to this one as it were. And is that another self-death? Look, he just dropped a bomb and blew himself to smithereens. I guess that's one way of getting out of that one. Maybe a respawn required in order for that to be the case. I guess it doesn't really affect the death counter. At least I didn't notice that it had or hadn't. But still 9-3, a 3 times advantage sees them still playing this high ground. Team now joined by Oxflad. They're trying to take that same amount of space to allow their teammates to push up on the lower ground. Flad and Even, are these going to be any farther ahead? As in the behind areas, getting yet another kill and giving room for the rest to strike. It's a big seizure once more all around. I think the word seizure is actually probably the best way of doing it, because they break down the walls from all 4 sides and they actually effectively splinter from what is going to be a kill, to where Peggy finds the one straight through. A lined up pair is going to be more than easy for him to finish off, and smelling, sensing that no steam is not too far off in a way, gets active once again with the rapid fire Gatling gun. What a play from Peggy at 7 knockouts already.
Yeah, Peggy's been a standout performer, and maybe early doors we're already seeing a little bit of a skill disparity show up. Granted, it is game 1. You do have that sort of option that our teams could be cold. You know, TR4 might not be fully warmed up yet, but the way that Weld SK are playing, they're linking up well together. As you said, seizure, I think, will be the word of this game 1. They are double on that score, 16-8, over halfway to where they need to be. And every time we see them in a gunfight, apart from the odd knockout that we just seen there from no steam, nearly every single gunfight we've seen, it's always going their way. And that's because they're playing together, right? Peggy is kind of getting on the end of a lot of these kills, but make no mistake about it, the way that they're rotating together is seemingly an apparent 3-1.
I was going to say,
it's just working.
Doesn't seem to really be stunting them all too much in their growth. They continue to find their kills without too much of an issue. Death still rolling in just as well. It's that at which rate they've fallen just a bit there, and they are going to be playing a 3v4 for the remainder of this one. They're going to have to hope that individualism shines through and they're able to find their ones at a piece. They can continue to make this one the war of attrition that it has been in terms of going back and forth in the kills since that 3 versus 4 has ensued. It should be fine enough with only 11 to go to the 19 of the blue team, where no steam is the only one left even close to be able to put some pressure upon them. The rest are going to arrive but too little and too late, as it is going to be Karamoy, the star-studded and highlighted in the beginning for the blue team, who's been unable to put the number even nearly to the board that Peggy has. No steam tries as they may. It's the HP that does not follow with it. It's 22, doubling the score count of their opponents, where still Peggy's out on an island between the pair of them. It's there, Sep Camille on the outer end, and No Steam, who still resides inside in 1 HP, getting away with it in a self-jet to escape.
Yeah, so far TR4, you have to give credit to them. They are certainly trying. They're picking up kills where they can, but as a unit, just not working. As you can see, Sep Camille there, not able to pick up a kill at the moment. So kind of essentially a 3v3, you know, considering Weld SK have lost a player, but you know, 26-11, that is a very damning scoreline that is continuing to stretch as this game 1 is looking like it's going to draw to a close. TR4 struggling to get on the board. Need to just set themselves in the right place to maybe take some momentum going into game 2, start doing a few things right. Because we have seen in certain moments that they can, but they can't stretch out a couple of weeks where they're the ones doing this team well. They're the ones dominating the game, dictating the pace of the play. All of that has been Weld, and they're willing to change that if they want any shot at pulling this back, because Game 1 coming to a close, 30-12. Not a great start.
Yeah, I mean, even with the fourth player returning at the very ends of it there, that was a dominant run of show. 11 knockouts for not only Peggy, but for Sky Turek, who had started to slot himself in as an MVP for the game in conversation and likely having taken it with 9 assists to go along with. That is kind of what I was talking about in the pre-show. It's the timer, of course, that's always something you're going to be looking towards at the top side of your screen, but at the end of the day, that timer doesn't necessarily mean you've got to play by it. The rules are very much open to you, and they shut it down with very little, I'll say, fear of full confidence in these swings, able to play in what are effectively 1v2, 1v3 scenarios in regards to how much space they have between them and the rest of their own teammates to help out, and they win them a majority of the time, it feels like.
Well, you know, one thing that we need to take note of that game, which I actually think is an unbelievable stat, Neffy had 15 assists, meaning that half of the entire kills that team needed came from Neffy getting an assist in some way. And this goes back to what we were talking about as well. You had players in there that were able to get the kills finished off, but we seen the way that they were able to dominate the game initially, because we seen at the very beginning there was a split left and a split right of the map in terms of where the teams were setting. And then the push started to come in. And that's when they started dominating, because they were pushing together as a unit and picking up those kills and constantly keeping those spawns splintered and just stifling them constantly. You know, Neffy being able to pick up that many assists just is a testament to how, as a team, they were rotating together. And while they may not get as much credit on the scoreboard as the player who actually gets those knockouts, still doing those damage and still doing that damage and giving the opportunity for teammates to thrive in such a way is an integral part of that team unit as well.
And you got to be, you know, a little bit worried, I think, now for the side of TR4, seeing as the fourth player is reconnected for Weld. What are they going to be capable of when they are in full effect with a lot of them ready for battle? It seems that we're just awaiting the one to switch over onto their proper side, as No Steam is somewhat of a traitor right now.
Betraying the cause.
He's decided that he's found himself a new winning team and decided to jump ship.
Well, I mean, who can blame them? You know, you see what Weld were able to bring to the table, and people will be like, I want a piece of that pie. And so far, I wonder what is going to happen with this game if that team switch is going to come in. But I mean, again, Weld kind of business as usual, as it seems to them, as they are already 5-0 up with just a minute gone. First kill eventually coming in. If it's a case of this game being null and void, I'm not sure about how that is going to work at the moment. But as of now, Weld still in the lead, and that doesn't look like that's going to change.
No Steam was like, you guys played 3v4 last round. I guess it's only fair that we let you guys play a 4v3 this round. That'd be a funny turn of events. But still, we're going to be fixing this up for everybody to be on their right sides and getting everything going in the way that it should. But even still, I think that this map, if this is still the map that we are going to be going through with, is one that we got a little bit of experience on our own. It's probably one of the more fun maps for me. I came up with a call out I'm probably going to be using at one point or another, but I'll start it out with everybody now being known, at the very least, that it's no man's land. I like to talk about that long strip of area that doesn't really have any cover. It's between the buildings. There's a low ground on the other end, and that's the area you're going to get caught out most by, say, your sniper rifles or perhaps even your long-range rifles as they look to take you down before you even cross the threshold.
Yeah, absolutely. No Man's Land is not a place that you want to be found in, right? And playing in and around those buildings gives you a lot of control. It's one of those maps where, as a closer range player, your job is to try and get control of in and around those buildings, and not necessarily to go up on those high levels and make the most use out of that height, but rather just be in and around stopping the people that get through No Man's Land. It's then the players who prefer to use their kind of snipers, grenade launchers, whatever it may be, to get up top and really do the damage and subdue a team on what you could argue to be the wrong side of the map. So if a sub can get in, do some damage in and around those more, what would you call, close range weavy sections of the buildings, then that gives them the opportunity to get in and actually do some damage and maybe change how the spawns are going to work out, change who has control of the map and therefore control of the game. But if you're a team that locks down those buildings, you're a team that's looking very likely to take that map.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see how the plunger sniper works effectively on a lot of these maps just as well. I think that as this game develops, obviously, I want to make it known again. It's in early access. I think as we gain a better, knowledge of how the first person works, or rather the third person from the first person perspective, I guess, looking through their eyes and seeing what's capable. I think it's going to be interesting to see just how these players line up their shots, just how their aim in terms of being maybe flicky. Are we going on a low sense? Are we going to try and take these things slow? I mean, it's different in every game, I feel like, how these snipers operate, but in this game in particular, I feel like it is going to be a little bit more flicky-leany in that Fortnite, I guess, in comparison sense. It's going to be something where players pick that weapon up and look to be a little bit more dynamic in their positioning and their repositioning as this game grows and develops. And obviously, this high-rise map, there's just so many rooftops to play from on one end of the map, to where if you miss your first shot and you see them running your way, you got teammates who are going to be able to take them before they get to that space, and maybe you could jump to another rooftop, try to find yourself a new angle, maybe be a little bit cheeky and actually fire out from the low ground from behind the building and see if you can round the bend, get your shot, switch to your other weapon, and take your fights on the ground level. There's a lot of different possibilities, I think, but going back to my initial point, I think the plunger sniper, as this game develops, is going to be one of the more interesting and intricate ways that some of these players are going to learn to have their own little style about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it definitely applies on that map, but what I think is a massive testament to this game is, again, you and I had the opportunity to cover some games in preparation for this cup, and we've seen a number of maps that really do employ a number of different play styles, right? I mean, that map that we were just about to cover, very much snipers, as you said. You can cover that no man's land, but then you have other maps that really reward that kind of skateboard and shotgun combination, sort of getting in and around lower level buildings. And ultimately, I just think the maps in this game have a great balance of where you may not be good at a certain style of play on one map, but you'll be able to regain that on another. So just because a team manages to dominate one way, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll be able to dominate in another way come the next game. So that variety is going to be huge, and it means that these teams have a lot to learn as they continue to play this game. They're not going to be able to rest on their laurels as soon as they nail down one play style. That one play style is only going to guarantee them a map or two max. They're going to be able to need to regain and understand how they have to play each map, alongside understanding how they might have to change their game to play each and every opposition who may bring a certain trait to that map that maybe they didn't expect or haven't seen before.
Yeah, I completely agree with that much. I think that definitely reinventing your style across a multitude of different maps is going to be something these teams kind of run into. I won't say is like a brick wall, because I think that the fast-pacedness of this game really does allow you to kind of play the same way in a loose sense, because there isn't like there's set strategies, so to speak. It's more so maybe set pathings. These players will go here, you take here with this weapon and this, that, and the other thing. But I think that in terms of obviously individual decision making, there's a lot more difference that you can make in a server if you communicate that to your teammates for one, and for another, if you're just trying something new. Maybe you're a player that isn't typically as aggressive as otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into this next game now, hopefully everything will be fixed. And looking at it, we just got to see how are they going to adjust, right? I mean, Weld were clearly on top. And then you just look at the side of T4. They just have to alter how they're playing. Something has to go right for them. We have moved on to a different map for this game, which may give them a little bit of benefit, because we didn't see T4 play as a team that were doing a lot with map dominance or area control, which, as we've seen in that previous map with the buildings, that is a huge element of that map. But now moving on to this one, things could hopefully change for them.
Yeah. You think that with that other map having been talked up by us, that it would have been, pretty interesting to go through. But I think just as interesting is that they got not a taste, the people who are watching from home, but, they've got a wide variety of maps that they can now start to think through. And also, one of the things I didn't actually mention, and frankly, I didn't even really notice all too much, is the destructible items around the map, right? I mean, things that are just blowing up. I mentioned before, these stealth jets that have been coming through are actually seemingly tactical. I think that they get into these fights, win them out, find themselves a low enough HP to where re-engaging really isn't a wise decision, so instead take their own life, negating the death, giving over to their opponents, and respawning. That's a pretty tactical element to this game that I don't know if it's going to stick around. I don't know if that's going to be fixed. I quote-unquote, maybe it'll be actually a part of how this game is going to be played moving forwards, and I wouldn't necessarily be opposed, because it's actually pretty cool, and it's also pretty innovative to know that you're around an area where it's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you want anyone to sort of test the boundaries of your games and see what sort of mechanics they can incorporate that maybe you weren't aware of, it's players of this level. It is professional players, esport players trying to make a name for themselves. They're always going to be the ones who are able to find things that maybe you didn't necessarily think of, and therefore can further help you in your decision making of how you develop a title in future, right? Which is ultimately what you have to do to have a successful title. It's constant development, constant readjustment, and moving forward to try and innovate your idea. But you know, getting back to what we're seeing on our screens right now, not even 2 minutes gone, 17-2. This has been a demolition. I feel like we hadn't even tabbed into this map for 20 seconds, and there was like 5 or 6 kills gone already.
2 minutes and 17 kills.
Yeah, I mean, well, SK have just completely found the rhythm here. T4 just can't get into this game at all. It's been absolute carnage.
Yeah, hear me out. I think it's skate, because like the cool little skateboard mechanic. I think that might be what they're going for.
Oh my god! But
they nailed it.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, 6, 5, 5, and 4 as well, as we just had that sneak peek at the scoreboard there. I mean, not a single player dropping any numbers. This has just been a unified demolition derby.
I mean, dude, me and you were talking about it earlier, and the fact that, you know, some of these players hyper aggressive in nature. We were watching a couple of players in our tutorial about how this would pan out. Try to take those fights up close and personal, maybe leaving their teammates a tad, you know, disconnected. But this time around, it doesn't feel like that. I feel like more often than not, these skate players are getting up close and personal, not with 1, not with 2, but 3, maybe even 4 players in some instances, to where they're kind of crunching in on them. This, probably one of the most separated duels we've seen in this map in particular thus far between Peggy and his opponent, has been absolutely steamrolled, and there's nothing that it seems anybody can do to try and remedy that fact. This game just may have been one of the, if not the fastest game we will see in the entirety of this tournament as it will go on, because we, in 4 minutes of play, may just see them having closed out with a 30 kill to 6, maybe 7, and not due to one player, because once all 4 are in the server, it seems that it is a unified effort to cross that. That's not even going to be the 4-minute mark we've reached before Red have done it in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane to watch. Well, skate. I mean, you've got 9-2, 7-2, 7-2, and 7 and none with 10 assists from Peggy. An absolutely dominant performance. Meanwhile, you go over to the side of TR4, barely a kill on the board, but plenty of deaths to go around. One of those ones where it's that kind of round 1 vibe, right? Where you're kind of getting thrown in with the pack. You don't know what you're going to get. These games obviously going to get closer as the night goes on, and these teams sort of, they start to bridge the gap between each other in terms of the skill level. But I think Skate will come away from that just feeling really happy with what they can bring to the table, and thinking that they've got at least a few more rounds in them before they may meet some tough opposition. Because, I mean, talk about staking your claim as a team who wants to be considered a favorite for the entire cup.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder how much practice goes into these sorts of things. I mean, I personally haven't really had all that much time to play the game, but in the instances that I have, you know, you kind of get a feel for the gunplay pretty quickly. The game isn't very clunky in that regard. I feel like it's very straightforward in terms of how you really need to be playing a lot of these decisions. It's not like the spray control per se. More so, I think, just being able to put pen to paper and put crosshair to player in what is a very fast-paced, moving game. You kind of have to be able to do that, and not being punished by the game's mechanics itself trying to make these shots happen is a big plus for me. I mean, you think about the fact that there's these skateboard movements. There's a lot of these players that are jumping off of buildings, between buildings, this, that, and the other. And these weapons really do make for a lot of these kills to be not easy, I will say, but to a point where these players need to be on their A game. They need to be warmed up and ready. They need to be going into the server with their aim training already having been done. These are effectively moving aim labs targets in live action. And depending on what weapon you have, if you're in that close range proximity, it gets kind of flicky. You got to be able to hit your target right up close and personal. And when they're jumping, bobbing, and weaving, I mean, it seemed like they were having no issue on the side of skate, but when you turn it onto the flip side, it was, I think, the pure speed of how these kills had come through from skate to where it never really even felt like there was a gunfight to be had beyond a few seconds before melting.
Yeah, and I mean, what was crazy is that we were going into that game 1, you know, wondering if TR4 maybe just weren't warmed up yet. But then after watching that game 2, if anything, it was skate that weren't warmed up. I mean, they just absolutely showed what they were able to do come that game 2. And as you said, they just upped the pace using that skateboard, just constantly pressing, not having any room to breathe, right? And having a tactic like that, don't get me wrong, I think as you go later down the line and meet tougher opposition, that's going to be more difficult to do, because what's going to be really important as these games go on is the weapon spawns. So if you have a strong position, you're dominating as a team, and you know maybe you have a weapon spawn that you like in and around the area that you're holding, it'd be detrimental for you to, as a team, push off to chase another kill or two, only to give up a key area and potentially give up the spawn of a key weapon you may like to an opposition who may be equally good at using that. So sometimes chasing those kills can be to your detriment, but if you're in a situation like we just seen where you know maybe you just have more than what the opposition's able to offer in the moment, you can really get in there, do some damage, and just push them back.
Yeah, I think that we are going to be taking a little bit of a hiatus before our next game, considering how quickly that one had concluded, though. Obviously, a little bit of time to set up, a little bit of time to get these guys ready and prepped for the action, because there is a long day even still, despite how quickly that one may have felt. It will feel like there's more to come as these rounds continue onwards, and we look to determine our grand finalist on this side of the bracket. It'll only be in due time as we have a little bit of an intermission, including some more of our Pet Hooligan cinematics. Why don't you guys check it out?
I was just looking around, oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Hooly, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. Tight. Something's coming. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know.
You guys heard Hooli. Touch some grass, go outside, you take the intermission. I hope you enjoyed the little bit of a breather that you had between the last map and the series, or rather in the next series as we are soon to jump into it. Obviously, with that one having been effectively a speed run in the previous, we've got a little bit of a buffer to make up for, and I wonder if that's a sign of things to come.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just really excited to get more of these games underway, right? I mean, what we did see there was sort of as we've talked about, sort of a demolition, and I'm excited to get into one where we might get to see maybe a little bit more of competitive play come out, right, and see how teams utilize these maps, because we got to witness a game and a situation of what happens where a team is so confident in the way that they can play and can play at sort of a pace and a level above the opposition to where they just push. As we said, it's demolition. They're keeping them split up. They're completely controlling the map. They're running here, there, and everywhere. And it's a game of kills rather than a war of attrition, which we have seen before from players who do play at that higher level in regards to what areas they decide to control of a map, when and where they decide to push. I mean, we've seen teams before control areas purely because of what weapon spawns towards that area, or maybe it's a health spawn, and rather than seeing teams push together as a unit, we've seen teams hold themselves up, pick one player up who just kind of weaves in and out with that skateboard, gets one kill, and manage to dip out expertly before getting traded out. I mean, that's one of the mechanics that I think is really underrated with this game, is not players just being able to use the skateboard to get into an area, but then how great they are at using the map and the skateboard and the pace to get out of an area before they find themselves getting surrounded in that sort of opposition area they've decided to push themselves into. And you need to be able to get in and out alive, because getting a kill just to get traded ultimately just puts you right back at square one.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're also going to have to maybe pay a little bit more attention to in the live action when we actually see it occurring. Trying to point out the players who are utilizing those things specifically is something across the day that we're going to have to make note of, as opposed to just these gunfights, as opposed to what they're doing in terms of how they get their map control, or rather, in terms of their map control, how they get it. We would obviously default probably to them getting kills, maybe them just getting up close and personal with the weaponry and getting up in their faces and fear tactic. But I mean, it's that skateboard, man. It's that movement. It's that ability to get, like you say, not only in but also out. I think that's something that maybe some teams are going to make an interesting meta out of at some point, because like I'm imagining a world where 4 players roll up on their skateboards, get their kills, roll right on back. A lot of them, all 4. Imagine that. They immediately get their space, their kills, and then they rotate right onto the other end. Maybe that'll catch them off on spawns. Maybe that'll give them a little bit more in terms of, I guess, the element of surprise, so to speak, on these players. I assume not really given a whole lot of information as to where their opponents are, just as we as spectators have everything up in front of us from a top bird down view, and also where these player names are shown. It's they who are going to have a little bit more of guessing to do as to where these players reside.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a great point you're saying about that beginning play, maybe with the 4 skateboards. What you are going to start seeing developing in this game is the tactics of just this once as a 4-man, we'll push as a 4 with the skateboard, catch him by surprise, and then pull off and maybe play more defensive. But you will see counter tactics to that as well, right? You'll see people who end up getting really strong or really good with that plunger sniper to the point where they'll just sit up, they're ready for the push, and after a couple of months of really playing this game, if they catch you on the skateboard, they're not missing. So an element that's going to come into the game then on top of that is how good some of these players get with these guns, right? You have really talented players who maybe you're taking in skills from other games that they've played in the past and sort of melding them in well with the mechanics of this game, but after they have a little bit more time to sit with everything and they really begin to understand this game as its own unique piece, and then they become sort of hyper focused on this being their game, they're going to be able to take the use of these weapons to another level once again that will be able to counteract a lot of plays that could potentially see themselves come up. So it's what's really fascinating about a competitive game, an esport, or even just on the casual side of seeing how the game develops alongside its players, and how the players take these weapons and take these tactics and just find ways to grow with them.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's also not to say that this game is finished in growth and in introduction to some new weaponry, into some new maps, into some new mechanics. I mean, obviously, this game having been in production for the point that it has, and it being still early access, there's a lot of feedback that will come through. I'm sure that these players following the tournament are going to be reaching out to the developers or whoever they have to in order to get across some opinions on perhaps, I guess, bugs that they may have discovered during this time frame. Maybe they feel like weapons imbalance is going to be something that they can take a little bit more of a closer look to. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I feel like it's pretty balanced as far as it goes as a newer game, right? I feel like there's not really one weapon or another that goes way out of the realm of possibility of being, competitive. I think that the one weapon in general so far that I've seen that I've had my I don't know about doubts, but definitely I think that minigun is something that can be used to serious effect in terms of building destruction, in terms of damage at range, even when it's typically meant to be a short to medium range weapon in the first place. It's been something I've seen more and more be kind of a shredder. I think that it's something you can't really escape. And I think that one of the things that we had discussed in the time that we had with one of the developers as well was the idea that the bazooka is a weapon that once you kind of see that somebody has it, it's too late for you. I think that same can be said probably for the minigun at this rate. I think that that's a weapon where you see them whip that thing out, you're going to hear it revving, and you're probably not really all too far away from a run.
Yeah, absolutely. The only way that you kind of get out with your life when that weapon comes into play is to just start bobbing and weaving between any amount of cover that you can find. But it is exactly as you said. You took the words out of my mouth when we were going to talk about guns. Is that minigun is so effective at long range when it really seems like it was built at least for that sort of short to medium range, but it can absolutely rip in the right hands. And beyond what it can do just purely in the actual hitting of an opponent, I'd be really curious to see how teams use that weapon in terms of suppression, right? Because we see a lot of teams get up high with snipers, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, whatever it may be. But could you realistically get up somewhere with that minigun, take a look at those positions where a team is spawning or where they're penned in, and just really keep them suppressed in that area for then, as we've talked about before, the players using that skateboard and shotguns to be able to get in and around, encircle a position, and get the job done? It's the combination that will be really fascinating in terms of how we see these weapons utilized.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the evolution of kind of what I was saying in terms of the updating for time to come as to what we know it now. And I'm also interested to see that as you and I get, it's kind of cool that we get like a beginning look to these competitive levels of it, because we're going to see them used in full effect to what they're capable of right now in their current state, right? It's not like us just jumping into a server and hopping around and a skip and jump and see how much damage I can do at this range, this, that, and the other thing. These guys probably have a little bit more in terms of an in-depth understanding of how these weapons work to this point, having given it a good run. I'm sure that they've gotten some sort of strategies. They didn't come into this tournament just kind of being like, yeah, let's play the game. It'll be fun. Let's run around. At least I would hope not, because there is a serious amount of money on the line for a game as new as it is regardless. And moving into what is, deeper and deeper into the time frame of the development, obviously, in terms of what the competitive players are going to be experiencing, in terms of what casual players are going to be experiencing, there is going to be a lot in their data pool to be able to say, all right, this is working, this isn't working, this is great, not so great, and maybe even integrating something in between, not even changing a weapon inherently itself, but maybe a middle ground weapon being introduced to try and bridge the gaps. And maybe obviously with the rifles being as they are, there's not really a need, I would say, for there to be a multitude of different ones, right? It's not like there's a greater variation to be had. Maybe a burst rifle could be something in the near future. I mean, I'm not leaking or anything. I don't know anything about what's going on in the development of this game, but I think that could be a cool concept to play around with in terms of the damage that's available to the body and the head.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, what's been so much fun about this game is, and first off, to say about your point, you're absolutely right. We're in the dark, right? We're in the dark. We're not, when we say things that would be cool to see these things, we're legitimately not coming from a point of wink, wink. We actually have absolutely no idea. But looking at some of the elements of this game and what can be applied, how it can be expanded upon, it's so much fun. I mean, like, an idea that literally popped into my head is like, wouldn't it be cool if you could like skateboard on the walls, for example? You could do like wall flicks off something, like really utilize the skateboard mechanic for neat tricks off walls as well. Maybe it's there already and I just completely missed it. Who knows? But this game just has so much room to expand upon the core mechanics, and I think that's something that really has to be highlighted and respected for what this game has built up so far. It's that its foundations are really solid from its personality, its gameplay, as I said, those core mechanics, what you have to begin with, the maps that you have to work with. Ultimately, you just got a really, really nice package to be built on in future, and how they build on it in future will be super important. But for the moment, what we're seeing in here with early access and what we're seeing the players be able to bring to the table in these moments, it's just some really cool gameplay that on the overall, for what we've seen so far, again, for an early access game, does seem really, really balanced. You and I have been able to cover these games for a couple hours at a time, and we've seen nothing from these players to suggest that, except, as you said, other than that minigun, that something is providing such an advantage to the point that it's potentially damaging the competitive integrity of the game. Everything just across the board works in its own unique element, and again, that comes down to not just the weapons, the play styles, but the maps themselves. I do believe, as we mentioned before, that variety of maps is offering such a massive difference in terms of how this game plays as a whole.
Yeah, and something, I guess, just in retrospect, looking back on it, we had these two highlight players, and it was going to be a skateboard that Karamoy was, the best with, and a shotgun that Peggy was the best with. And I think that we move into this next game, we're going to see something similar in the way of contrast, and actually really good timing. We're going to get to see what these players are most proficient with. We're going to see what they have as their weapons of choice, so to speak, as it is going to be that water pistol from the likes of Mayku, or rather Mayku, if that's what we're going to go with. That's a weapon I don't really see used all too often in my own personal experiences watching this game thus far, but maybe you know something that I don't.
I love the facial expressions of these hooligans.
Yeah.
Watching the actual characters, it gets me every time. I mean, it's just so much fun, honestly. But, as you're saying about those water pistols, right? What's fascinating about them is, like, yes, you will never see that weapon necessarily being used. Like, it's no one's go-to. I believe it's the starter weapon, but it can do the damage, right? So if you're caught in a position where, maybe you can't rotate to a gun straight away, but you have the drop on someone, it can do the damage. But speaking of a weapon that can do the damage, you have Triuger. That's probably the wrong pronunciation, but I gave it my best shot.
Oh, good.
I mean, you're seeing that paintball gun there that, it's been talked about before. This weapon feels like it is going to become a staple of the game, in that it's sort of an all-rounder. It can be used in all situations. It can do the damage. It's that weapon you're going to want to pick up pretty quickly after that pistol.
Yeah, I mean, do you think it'll be like that middling weapon where you've got a shotgun and a sniper rifle, and that's the one that you always want to have at your hip side? Or honestly, I think there's a world that maybe that pistol becomes that same kind of a vibe, to where you can pull that one in a quick pinch and make it your secondary, so to speak, or I guess the weapon that you would default to if you're not using one of the higher powered weapons. And look, yeah, I mean, they're already not really, I wouldn't say wasting, but not using their time in order to get themselves into a position to pick up a new weapon off spawn. Instead, they run a player down on the opposite end with the pistols, the default actually prevailing in the beginning cases, even further beyond that to find a third. Trio and Roller just between one another as everyone's falling around them. It is a bit of a mob running them into this side of the map with nothing to be seen other than a single kill from Red yet.
I think what we were talking about prior to this game about strategies is exactly what we're just seeing here. Rather than going for those weapons, as you said, there's a four just rushing with those pistols, because those pistols have a pretty quick time to kill as well if you're accurate. So rather than setting up positionally, they're just going straight in as a four for the kill, and that is working to absolute perfection here. Again, a strategy that may have some question marks about it when it comes to those higher level games against opposition that's maybe a little more to your level, but we can't even really tell if Constellation are a team that is at that level, because they haven't had a moment to breathe. Have they even gotten the weapons picked up yet? It's hard to tell, but 15-1, talk about a demolition job once again.
Talk about a wonderful start, man. I mean, these are the first rounds. I think we are still within the first round, right? So I don't know what the seeding is like in that regard. I don't know how much experience these players have in comparison to one another. I mean, honestly and truthfully, I'm assuming there are some teams here that are kind of going into this one as a little bit more of a for fun kind of vibe, right? But you can see that there is no play being left out on the table for the side of blue. In very, very similar fashion to our last. The competition just doesn't seem to be there between the pair of teams. But in terms of the individuals across the blue team, it's everybody putting in their work.
Wrong. You have Michael 7 and 1 with 3 assists as well. 22 now as well, 22-4, and only, what, 2.5 minutes gone, if I've done my math correctly? Maybe 3.5.
You're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those days. Math isn't mathing for me today, but I mean, you have True Tiger on 4 or 5 on the side of Constellation as well, making up 4 out of the 5 kills for their side. I mean, it is just clear that as a unit, they haven't gotten it together yet whatsoever. I mean, maybe they can pull it back in game 2, but it's already game 2.
Yeah.
This game 1, it's all but done.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be like a full mental reset. We talk about the possibilities of comebacks. We did see one in our beginning stages together, you and I, testing the waters. So it's not impossible, but I think at this stage, like this kind of a deficit is not one we're going to be coming back from very often. Maybe if it were, say, 19-1, that's a world where you can kind of see a flurry of kills, a reset, and another team wipe to where you're close enough to draw in the distance. But once you're at that 25 and up, before we've even crunched double digits for the red, yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of how the map played as well, I believe we were on the Playboys area for that one, but honestly, we didn't even get to see much of it, right? Because, I mean, barely any time on that map just due to the absolute demolition job that KRN had. I mean, you've got Maiko on 10 and 2, Sumlone on 9 and 0. I mean, barely a death to be registered there. Kills across the board. Again, just incorporating that really fast play, which I think the Playboys area, it has that type of feel about it. You know, it's a very kind of close range map. You can get on top of some of the buildings to have a little bit of an advantage, but that map has just a lot of little corridors and areas you can weave through to kind of get around. So it really suited that strategy of getting in the skateboard as a unit, sort of wiping through a squad, and then getting out to make sure they're not kind of overstaying their welcome in an area. Don't get me wrong, I think with the way that that game was going to play out, given these levels, they could have stayed in any area as long as they wanted and made it work. But it seems like a strategy that this team will be able to incorporate is sort of that in and out play of areas, which I'll be curious to see taking into other maps against opposition in future, unless there's some crazy comeback about to be on our hands here. I'd be very curious to see how they incorporate that in the later stages.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that maybe as we go deeper and deeper into this tournament, if we are going to revisit some of the same names, you know, if we're going to see them play once more later down the line, if we have them on broadcast featured, I think that maybe just seeing them on that high-rise map we were talking about, where the tallest buildings in the entirety of this gaming's offerings, is going to be something that could be maybe a difference for the other team. I don't know if there's like picks bans, you know, I don't know what the actual process of how these teams are selecting these maps or if it comes at a random is, but even still, I think if we do see a stark contrast in map style, that's something I think you're going to be very excited to witness. Having just broken down that last map is something that where it didn't really seem like that there was an escape, so to speak, for their opponents, because once they round that bend with 3 players on those skateboards hopping off, guns pulled, there was nowhere for them to run. There was no bobbing and weaving in terms of escaping, but once it's, you know, in terms of getting into fights, it sure as hell does give you that way in. It gives you a little bit of an introspective as to how these players may go onwards, and this is a pretty wide out and open map, I will say, with some flat and not a whole lot of being able to get in to a crevice, a nook, or a cranny is going to be effectively all heads on.
Yeah, the Central Park map, sort of one of the maps with the widest angles and lanes of sight. So I have a feeling, given the way it was played prior, you're going to have the same strategies again when you rush in. But in terms of how you might want to play this map normally against more easily matched opposition, might not be the strategy to go for, as you can get caught out at range. And you know, one thing that I'd be very curious to look at as well on the side of KRN and E-Constellation is the use of those skateboards, right? Because we did see KRN make a lot of use of them to move quickly, but E-Constellation, we haven't really seen them pull out the skateboard enough to really maneuver from positions and sort of have a chase happen to where someone's after them and they're trying to get out of that situation to link up together as a unit. And as we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, if you're not going to be using that skateboard, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble. You are a sitting duck, and that's what the side of E-Constellation is now. It just seems an absolute sitting duck, as KRN are just maneuvering through this map at lightning pace, and E-Constellation do not have any room to breathe.
It's got to be pretty satisfying to be able to just skate on through some of the terrain that this map has to offer as well, building a little bit of that momentum and being able to keep yourself on low wild target. More sloped and slanted surfaces are not going to be easy to trace your targets on, and True Tiger, trying as they may in the last, I guess, top performer, but what will that really mean when they only secured what was, I believe, maybe, how many kills was it? 6? Something close to, maybe less, maybe one more, but even now, finding themselves in the low lights. Still not down and out for the count. His health can be found, but not able to turn around and about face for the fight that was going to ensue, as Russell has been an absolute menace across these bridges. In this one in particular, controlling the board as Awakened is trying to at least get into a lower position to play a sneakier game. It's not going to be sneaky enough, as Discovered, and leaving only True at the top side of that hill makes it all the more difficult, as yet to frag are still two pairs of the East Constellation players.
Well, I mean, look, you have to give credit where credit's due, and sort of when you're a team that's getting completely outslayed, take the small victories. And one thing that is to be said, already finding themselves with 5 kills, so maybe going to be able to end up with a little more than they did in that previous game, which I think once again has us looking at how these maps play. Right, the last map that we watched sort of rewarded being able to push quickly because you could get in and out of areas, whereas this is one of the maps with the widest angles of views. You're going to get done from that range. You're going to get done with those snipers, as we're seeing True Tiger here at the moment to actually utilize that skateboard to be able to get out of an area and try to get back to his teammates for a bit of assistance. It's a map that plays better for that style of play, and even though KRN very much poised to be in a position to take this one, they're not getting as rewarded for their play style as they did in the previous map, which again shows that the maps sort of have varying play styles that you're going to be able to need to incorporate.
Not to spoil anything for everybody else, while this game does draw near its end, I think it's going to be an interesting pace for sure, because already has been determined a good number of the round 3 matches, so this is not going to be an anomaly, these speed runs. No, it seems to be a very commonality for the first round, as we are going to be nearing that numbers, as I mentioned, with 20 skills already. They're just going to try and put the final nails in the coffin, the bow on the present, a wrapped gift over and handed to their teammates as one another in their not so secret Santa gift exchange, I'll call it. It is going to be 30 mark, 1 kill at the distance, and KRN have gone yet another masterclass for us in the beginning stages of this tournament.
Yeah, massive congratulations there to KRN. They are a team that is looking strong, looking confident, and are going to want to continue to play in that vein throughout the entirety. And as you said, most of these games in the round 1 seem like a speed run. It's a testament to the kind of varying skill levels that are apparent. But, you know, there's plenty of games to go, so things could get really interesting as this progresses.
Yeah, I'm curious to see one of those games that does get a little bit tighter. I mean, as we go deeper and deeper into this one, you mentioned the levels of competition scaling as well, and I guess this is going to be our first look at that. Is this going to be this round of 2 that gives us that next competitive edge to where these two teams seem like they're actually at a clash, or is it going to be yet another steamroll? I mean, not even yet seeing a map 3, let alone these two teams being able to hit double digits, or rather these two games being able to hit double digits for their opponents that are on the losing end. It's a stomp, it's a steamroll, as I said, and it's going to probably be a little bit more of that, I think, for some games to come, at least for that first round, which will not be on stream any longer, as previously mentioned. We'll continue onwards with this tournament on our side of the bracket to determine who will be our finalists in a good amount of time, but maybe not all that much time, seeing as this has gone so far, 40 minutes deep, and we will be rejoining you for that next stage in just a bit before our intermission. I would have believed so at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, I did think maybe an intermission was on its way, could be on its way, but perhaps we're not going to yet. Maybe we're going to go into another game in just a couple of minutes.
We might be able to rip it.
Before we do that, it probably is worth just again talking, you know, a little bit about, you alluded to it there, not covering any more of these round 1 games. I mean, you know, we talk about the varying levels of skill that have made themselves sort of apparent here, and you know, one thing that I think is going to be curious then as we move further on to this tournament is, are we going to see situations where teams end up finding themselves against an opposition, and it could be an evenly matched one, but considering maybe the ease and breeze they've had prior in the round 1 situations, or round 2 even, depending on when they meet that opposition that meets their match, which will eventually happen, could we have a situation where teams are maybe a little bit lax? They go into it thinking, well, it's been such a breeze so far, we're happy with this one, and you see teams going into a game 1 maybe early doors just struggling to get into the rhythm, because I also find with how this game plays, you very much have to start how you mean to go on, because if you find yourself not at pace, it's very hard to hit that reset and get to pace, because you can get swallowed whole quickly and find yourself 10-15 kills down before you have time to regain. And it's not like another game where you have certain modes where maybe the kills don't matter, it's about the points on the board, for maybe like a domination, hard point capture the flag style. When you're 10 kills down, that team is 1/3 of the way to their victory. So you have a lot of regaining to do that needs you to be on point with the kills, but also making sure that you're not trading deaths at the same time.
Yeah, trying to, I guess, turn around that momentum, trying to, flip the script on a game that might not be going your way. And I guess it's kind of difficult to say how to do so. I mean, I don't know how these roles of teams, work. I don't know who's making it like strat call, or I don't know if it's like a thing yet, so to speak, right? I don't know if they have like an initiator, an aggressor, or somebody who sits in the back lines. But I guess the point I was trying to make, though, with that being the case, is that if there is a caller, if there is somebody trying to maintain a level head and trying to get his players in the right mind space, is how do you reset? Not after a match, but mid-match. How do you kind of really pull yourself up by the bootstraps and say, this is what we have to do in order to make our comeback necessary, is going to be that role, I think, though, in this game, for somebody to be like, all right, this is what's going on around us. We need to be playing in this way. And on the fly, when the maps are ever changing in terms of the elevation, when you're on one side of it or another, it's going to be hard to be able to say these kinds of things, especially this early on. It's going to be something that evolves over time. But even now, you can start to see some of these teams at least kind of hammer home what's working. Maybe not able to pull themselves from the brink, but one thing that they sure as hell have shown thus far is that when they see something as an opening, when they notice that something they're doing is working to a T, they're not going to waver from it until they're given reason to do so. And you've seen that just in our previous set of games. I think that when it came to the bobbing and the weaving between the buildings, that gives you the opportunity to kind of body up in numbers. And that game, once you find one player, is going to be one that's very hard to shake. You want to do that time and time again until they've read into you. And we never really saw that. So.
Yeah, exactly. I think what is going to happen with this game, and what's going to happen with it all throughout the tournament, is that, when a team smells blood, they're going to absolutely go for it, right? You're not finding a situation with this where a team sees an opening and they're saving it for the right time. They're playing a long game. You see that in other titles, like maybe like a Rocket League. You're playing in a best of 7 on that. You're not giving all your strategies away in game 1 because you want to be able to bring things to the table as it goes throughout. With My Pet Hooligan, the way it's playing at the moment, teams are going to want to just completely push in quick. So I do think teams are just going to continue to use what they do. And yeah, I think it's going to work for them.
As we do take a little bit of an intermission between our next game, we are going to be jumping into that one, and we hope that you guys will return with us.
Look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along, I met you, and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon.
Well, folks, welcome back. Our next game is going to be getting underway really, really shortly. But, before then, we can have a little talk about what we have seen so far in those previous games. For anyone who may be joining us who missed out in the beginning of this broadcast, we have seen 2 full games of the round 1 that seemingly have been a demolition derby. And, we're kind of just waiting for a point where that changes and we see more of a strategic output from both of these teams. But we have already seen the way that the teams like to play when things can get a little more aggressive, which is they're on those skateboards, they're just going around quickly as a unit and doing a whole lot of damage. And, we're seeing Jodo here who's going to be on the next team. And we talked about this weapon before, the paintball gun, one that's going to be utilized by a lot of players. Personally, haven't seen it so much yet, but again, as I feel like we get into those games where the caliber of gameplay gets higher, we're going to see a weapon like this pop off.
Yeah, I hope to see that for sure. I mean, the skateboard is something that has looked pretty solid. I think all the way throughout, we haven't really seen somebody in particular to highlight. But I think that when they show that this is their preferred, I guess, item tool, thing to utilize in these games, we have to actually give a little bit more credence to them maybe being those sorts of players and maybe put our eyes a little closer onto it. So that's something I'm going to look towards as we do have our next game underway. Gaming Grid X against OMG Gaming on a map that is certainly an interesting one. It's probably one of the more curious of them all, and I think that this big spiral tower with, some little crevices to jump in through and scale up through might be one of those plunger sniper havens.
Yep, on to the Cypher Buns area, as it's called, where, as you said, Sniper Haven, you have a lot of varying degrees of height when it comes to how you play this map. The verticality can be key, as you're already seeing OMG Gaming here just try and get themselves into these power positions over on that side, and Gaming Grid X doing the exact same over on the other side. So already kind of seeing how the map will play out in a structural sense, that it's getting that height, surveying the lay of the land, and then seeing how you go about it from there. So far, only 1 kill apiece. Already these teams in a position where they're just feeling each other out before they might decide they want to go for the killing blow. But having a good hold so far, at least both sides. Neither one really caving in from their position, although you do have to say from OMG Gaming, they're rotating along that sort of top area really well together and haven't really been caught out as of yet. But in saying that, Gaming Grid X picking up some nice kills early on and just getting those early picks.
It's one of the cooler maps in general. I like this one a lot. Makes for a lot of difference in variety fights. So many little angles you can take from, but also, I mean, they're kind of linear in the sense that there's not really a whole lot of moving around you can do once you're engaged in your duel. You kind of have to stand your ground and hope to find it, and you can see there they're planting their 2 feet. The red team unable to find kills outside of one player, Weaver, with a double. But other than that, it seems that the range Gaming Grid X have been able time and time to find themselves in those equal eyesight lines, and even then it's kind of a wall right now being set up by them, hoping that OMG Gaming maybe come into their open hands, because right now, even at this distance, they haven't yet seen any pressure put on. So no reason to get all too worried, no reason to be moving from what's working. As I said previously, once these teams do find that sweet spot, they really do kind of refrain from moving out and away from it. But Meshuggah is going to be running it in for a little bit more up close and personal sorts of a duel, as there's explosives around him, needing to be careful as not to blow himself up on accident. But in accordance of the shotgun's absolute proficiency in this position, he's melted the first player of his target, but Weaver not letting that one go untraded.
Yeah, good defense there, making sure that they were able to get that trade. But you look at the side of OMG Gaming, they are very much holding hands still. And the scoreline is definitely respectable if they're getting a pick or two to kind of try and even it up. But it's kind of hard to say whether or not it's really working as of yet. We've seen Gaming Grid X try to get a player pushed up. Now it might be the time for OMG Gaming to try something that's different, because ultimately the game can keep playing out like this, and Gaming Grid X can be very happy with it as they now extend it 12-5. OMG Gaming kind of reaching this game one where they need to try a little bit of a different strategy in how they're going about getting these kills, because it's just not working for them at the moment. They're keeping the scoreline respectable, but if they want to go for that win, they need to start taking a few more risks.
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. I mean, you see that the risk put forward by Blue, it got them their 1-for-1. It kind of limit tested what was possible and what was available for some of these duels, as we no longer can see Meshuggah on the bottom side. We can see, though, that they've since flushed him out at the very least. Or maybe not. He might have actually kind of evaded them after finding his 1 kill. It's obviously a little bit awkward to try and figure out where they're going and where they've gone once they're a certain range away from the camera. But right now you can see that once more, pulling their weight, each player from the side of this blue team. It's something once more we've seen time and time again in the series prior, to where now that distance is being gapped. No longer a real reason for them to go for anything other than up close and personal duels, trying to cement themselves the victory with little time to waste. It's at the end of the day, when they do get that much closer, that playing into their hand will be the red team at some point in time, as Weaver is able to find his. Needs more support, though, to play around this pillar to bide enough time for Lucas to arrive on site for no more. And kills still coming through as the support cavalry may come in, but it does them little to no good.
Moment for OMG Gaming is that 6 out of their 7 kills coming from a single player, so the rest of them not pulling weight. You had Gaming Grid X as a unit 6-6-5-5, definition of a team performance when it comes to spreading those kills out evenly. They played it slow to begin with, they stayed up high, got the picks, testing their opposition, understanding who they were playing against, and now, as we've talked about before prior to this game, smelling a little bit of blood, it seems, and taking full opportunity for that, and that descended into a little bit more chaos now. It's gone to the ground, it's gone to running around, because Gaming Grid X now realize that they can win this game purely playing that chase and not having to play it as slow, as it's now 9-26, the aggression from them paying off as well as the defensive play. OMG Gaming kind of being bested in both aspects of gameplay here in this map 1. That's going to leave them with a lot of work to do getting ready for game 2.
It's a really sad thing to say as far as the storyline of the day goes. We have to continuously say lock in and focus up for map 2. So, I mean, hopefully being able to break these patterns are, you know, the teams who are facing that level of play. I mean, for you and I, it doesn't really come to matter all that much, but it's got to be a little bit demoralizing for these rosters that are getting effectively squashed and squished and crunched at every given turn on the maps that they are losing. 3 times the team in that map in regards to kills. And Weaver, man, Weaver. Dropping 0 kills is one thing. 2 teammates dropping 1 kills is another thing. But being able to post up 8, as far as the server goes, one of the top performers in general, and not even being able to break down that level of that 1/3. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. And I mean, coming back in a map 3, it's not even this idea that they need to come back as a team. It's kind of as individuals, he's going to need somebody to step up to the plate. Because I think looking back actually to that moment where I had mentioned that Weaver had found his kill, backed out and away, danced around the pillar, and allowed for his 2 teammates to arrive on scene, nobody's able to kill anybody on the other end despite what Weaver has done for them in opening up some positioning. It doesn't really work like that. And that's something that he's got to be a little bit like, oh my God, we didn't get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can only do so much as an individual. And as he said, he was doing it as an individual. You know, if you had a team full of Weavers, you're talking about way more of an even game in terms of performance. But just as a unit, not able to make it work. And again, the game did start off slow. And that is something that I did kind of like to see, because we haven't really seen it until now, where a team, or both teams, should I say, are playing the map kind of how it's supposed to be played, right? Because again, we got to see that map in our practice, get to understand the game, and how those teams set up is very much how that map tends to play out, right? With that kind of stagnant back and forth, trying to get those picks, and then maybe every now and then trying to get through the lines to get a kill and get out. That's usually how that map plays out. But as both of these teams kind of got an understanding of how the game was going, it did descend a little more into that chaos down on ground level. And, you know, as I said, Weaver was able to do a little bit of a job, but not enough of one. And I think there's a lot of regaining now that has to happen in game 2, which, as you said, we're getting sick of saying that already. We want to see a little bit more competition, but you do have to give credit as well to these teams that are coming in, you know, and that they're giving it their best shot. And, you know, one thing that you would hope that these teams take from this is how this game develops, and depending if there's maybe division systems, ranked systems, you don't want to get disheartened by going up against some of this opposition, because you have to understand as well, in terms of the early stages of this game, you could potentially be coming up against the best opposition that this game has to offer.
Yeah, I guess you never really know. Yeah, you never really know. You always have to keep yourself guessing as to what the next team may be and provide in terms of competition, whether it be in tactics or in skill, or both of them at the same time in some instances. As right now, we do see ourselves on a map with a good amount of maneuverability available, whether it be inside, outside, or otherwise. a good reason for them to try and stay a little bit more stuck together, as we were talking about earlier, I will say, though. And as they try, they're all low enough to the point already, OMG Gaming, to where they do have to scatter a little bit in order to keep themselves, a difficult as a target to hit without kind of conglomerating and getting wiped off the map and a shot or two in a lineup, as that skateboard on the road will be flattened, curbed, as it is another kill in the way of the blue team now in Gaming Grid to have taken their lead.
Yeah, Gaming Grid have hold the lead a little bit, but we did see that at the beginning. It was just a matter of time before that scoreline began to widen, and already we're seeing a far more aggressive game as we're here over on the Candy Factory map, as you can see on your screen there. An absolutely beautiful map, AMGI Candy. It's a little bit of candy, and Gaming Grid, credit to them, the way that they're playing here at the moment, utilizing those skateboards for the most part, sticking together as a unit, kind of weaving in through those positions, and for the most part it seems catching OMG Gaming in positions where they're not really on for the gunfight. Like, we've just seen Lucas get taken out there, and he had Jordan Cairo ahead of him, and I believe it was Tyro on the above, so it was never going to come out of that situation with more than one kill before the absolutely shut. Again, I think that's testament to the way Gaming Grid are playing at the moment, that they're taking up these positions where you're having a player up high, 3 down low, and that player up high, if there's any sort of situation happening on the down low, they can jump in that sort of pinch position, collapse in on the point of interest, and just completely wipe out the opposition no matter how many are there at the moment. And again, as we see those scoreboards, you Weaver on 2 and the rest of the team up to virtually nothing at the moment, as OMG Gaming now struggling to get any kills on the board as Gaming Grid. They'll be looking to get this one finished up right here.
Definitely so. A little bit slower in nature than the last at the very least. I think silver lining, if you want to call it that. There is maybe not necessarily as much competition off the rip, but able to fend off their opponents to where it isn't just going to be a clown fest of them jumping down their throats and finding their kills, but jumping over the tops of the roofs and attempting to get onto the low ground, or successful in doing so. And Meshuggah wants to waste no time in getting up and acquainted with the remainder of the OMG Gaming members and effectively funneling them out into the open to where the rest of his team have a line of sights and easier enough. And once more caught on the streets are a multitude of players from OMG, where they're just going to be lined up a straight one to where there are no signs of cover for them to play behind maybe a couple of already very explosive cars, and the crosshair placement as well as the accuracy at a distance seems to be perfect from Blue, and a switch to the pistol. Meshuggah another, and at the top sides of the board with 1 death, 7 knockouts, and 7 assists. Team player in terms of damage output, but also a player even more than capable of taking the situation in their own hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we're seeing here from Gaming Grid X at the moment is a situation where, as a team, they can play well, but they also pull it together immaculately well on the individual level. They always need to rely on each other. For a game when they get a little more tactically based, they are going to have to be able to play as a 4, rely on each other in all instances. There will be moments where you just need a player who's going into a situation and not picking up 1, but picking up maybe 2 or 3, like someone who can offer up a moment of brilliance and sort of either pull a series back or see it through a difficult time, a crucial moment. And you do have players on the side of the game that definitely offer that potential. I mean, whether or not we're just seeing that because of the level of opposition they're against, we'll ultimately just have to wait and see as this cup progresses. But genuinely, I think that they have a lot going for them as a team that they can take forward into the future rounds, and I think that is something that we're just seeing from the teams we've had the privilege of covering so far. They all seem to be really strong teams. As you look at that scoreboard, 8, 7, 6, and 6, no player really letting up.
Nobody letting their foot off of the gas on this one whatsoever. And even then, it seems that just trying to keep their 1 life as secure as possible with a bit of a line and a bit of a cluster soon to be discovered, taken down and out with no time to waste. But even then, we go into this next stage of this tournament, I mean round of 2, not really having provided what we would have hoped in terms of I guess head-to-head really. But we are going to have, a little bit of a reprieve and to maybe absorb and take in all this information in just a few moments. But before we get to that, you and I, we do have to kind of reflect on that map, as it were, as even still, I guess, analyzing it. As far as I'm aware, it just kind of felt like it was maybe a slower pace to start from the side of blue, but then slowly rolling and ramping into what was bullying more so than anything else towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think that really hits the nail on the head. You're talking about a situation in a game where blue, they took their time, you know, they were waiting to see what the opposition could bring. As soon as they figured it out, they ultimately just made light work of them. And I think it was an ultimately dominant performance. We were seeing that disparity between, you know, the skill levels of round one that is going to shorten as we progress into the rounds. But if anything, it does show that there most certainly is a skill gap in this game to the way it plays mechanically, the way you use the weapons, the skateboards, etc. There's a lot to learn for players if they want to become top players, but considering the game's in early access, My Pet Hooligan, new game on the scene, they have plenty of time to get better at it.
I was just looking around. Oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. And all my dreams came true. And now we're looking around. To the preacher we are bound. 'Cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
Intermission time. Cue that elevator music. No, I mean it. Cue the elevator music. I want to feel like I'm in an elevator during intermission. Do 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 do. Game back on. Go kill. Intermission time. Cue that elevator music. No, I mean it. Cue the elevator music. I want to feel like I'm in an elevator during intermission. Do 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 do. Game back on. Go kill.
correct. The My Pet Hooligan Communities Cup. We are going to be moving on very, very shortly now to round number 2. I believe it's round number 2 anyway. Round number 1, we saw some demolishings, demolishings, and deconstructions, to say the least. All the Ds that we can think of on the spot, where, look, the teams who just managed to come out on top in those games really did manage to put on a show in terms of showing what you can do when you feel like you're the better teams and being able to be aggressive and reward yourself for that aggression. I mean, in our previous game that we covered before going to an intermission, we seen the pace slow down ever so slightly as these teams were seemingly paying respect to each other in terms of trying to figure out the levels of each other as oppositions. But then once all the players, the teams kind of caught wind of how things were going, they ended up making short work, and both of the games ended up being pretty much a whitewash, as we have seen as kind of the running theme so far through these games. However, now as the competition once again rises and these teams become more evenly matched going into the future rounds, things are going to get way more interesting.
Yeah, and I think that while we were waiting for this next matchup to really just kind of be set, so to speak, we were hearing some interesting strategies being employed. We were hearing a little bit more about like the camping strategy, which is, I think, something that could definitely be viable. I don't think it's inherently like a bad thing for the competitive integrity of the game. I think it could definitely stretch out the games a little longer, but that's what the time limit is there for. Like, that's the kind of thing that they allot with a 20-minute timer. They can make these kinds of moves that force their teammates into a little bit more of a corner, but also forces their opponents into making some decisions either hastily, maybe even forcing them to think out their actions, and where they already know the next step of their plan once their opponents do arrive. They can get the jump on them, a little bit of an ambush maybe, once they do discover one player in this position. They've got their rest of their teammates ready to activate, and that could be something we're going to see down the line if we see some of these teams that we've been made known of to be employing these strategies continue onwards throughout the bracket. That is what we're going to have to hope to see next. The stylistic clash between the teams that we will have for the rest of this day is, I think it'll definitely be interesting to see if that team in particular makes their way through. I think it's a matter of the teams that we've seen so far are literally on the complete opposite end of that spectrum.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, going back to what you were saying about those different game styles and the way that you would play in terms of whether you decide to camp or not, I mean, honestly, I love players being able to do something like that, because being given the timer and the amount of kills that you need to get, it offers time. Like, you literally have that time, so you can play the game in whatever way or variety that you want, right? And we see it in a lot of titles as well in competitive, to where things get so streamlined to the point where you literally see the same thing all the time. Like, I mean, you have like the GA system, for example, and other esports titles, where you're essentially just getting rid of every gun and every play mechanic that isn't the go-to play mechanic, completely killing the variety that could be offered. I mean, what I used to love about a lot of competitive games, especially when I would play them myself and I wasn't that good at them, if there was like a meta where you know someone is going to be using it, the fact that you could maybe go in and you have like, I don't know, if you had like ban and protect systems, you could get rid of it, or you could employ something yourself that completely negates that advantage that other team may have. So you have a situation where you can camp, and that can punish the teams who are super aggressive, as we've seen in these round ones, who like to get up quick. All of a sudden, they push up on a map, someone's sitting in a corner or sitting in a place, they're ready to be ambushed, and that nullifies their style of play. So teams have to think on their feet, and that's what playing in a competitive setting is all about. You can employ all the tactics, all the practice that you want, but when you get in there, you need to be able to strategize, adjust to your opposition, and then be able to come away with a victory through those means.
Yeah, and I think that also maybe sometimes out of desperation, we'll see some of these teams that are typically a little bit more passive or aggressive flip their game style onto that other end and maybe even look better than they could have known. That's an interesting concept just as well. Some of these teams, obviously, we might have seen taking the rush and really trying to get in the faces of their opponents in their opposition, might just find themselves in a better situation if they're losing out on a game, if they're taking a little slower. I mean, that's something that will also develop over time, is how these teams actually have two different game styles, right? Like, they don't just go head first running into a brick wall hoping they're going to make their way through every single time, because that's where issues start to arise, knowing what to do in that next step, which is kind of something we were talking about in the earlier ends of this broadcast. You know, the evolution of the meta in that regard as to what you think actually is the right reaction to whatever is going wrong in a game is not always clear. That pathway may become a little bit more clear as these games go by. Maybe some of these teams that go all three maps, losing one, and then taking into account what really got to them in the map that they had lost with a second chance at life, going into that next stage, having, you know, taken not all three, rather, the 2 maps needed to go through is going to be something that maybe the luxury a lot of these teams don't get. Maybe they're just walking through a lot of these teams 2-0 like we've seen thus far. They hit that brick wall into where they're not really getting that same level of success with what they've been doing, and they're saying to themselves, guys, what the hell do we got to do to be able to get out of this rut? And that's, I guess, going to be the biggest issue for some of the teams that do maybe get a little bit, I won't say full of themselves, but maybe riding the high of the wins that we've seen thus far to where being tested. That's going to be something we're going to need to see sink or swim.
Yeah, and I mean, I think as well, when you're in a single elimination bracket, you're playing a best of 3 and the games can go as quickly as they can here. I'll say it before, and I'll say it now, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You know, the best competitive teams in any esport, they're reactive, but I think in a situation like this, you have to try your best to be proactive. You have to try and employ a strategy that is forcing the opposition to then have to go into a reactive state if they want to come out with the victory, because you don't have that much time to be reactive. If you find yourself in a position, you're not 2 minutes gone or 2.5 minutes gone into, say, like a game 1, and the score is 13-14, 15-6, for example. If you're not getting reactive by that point, changing your strategies quickly, you're finding yourself over halfway to that loss, at which point you need to play to perfection on what I believe are 2 random maps, as I believe it is randomized with the maps, going into a situation where, once again, if you're not the proactive side employing a strategy that works, you're once again having to find yourself to adjust in a game that might be over halfway done. So, as mentioned before, you can find these games very quickly slipping from you, so you need to be able to get in there, employ a strategy and try and get it to work, but as said, needing to be reactive at the same time. That's where you'll find the true winners.
Yeah, I can't really put it much better than that, but like these weapons being put on display as the favorites, I think that a little bit surprised as to how few we've seen be this automatic rifle, to be honest with you. I think that it's a weapon that when I was playing in my little testing of the game, as it were, was pretty fun. I also like how it's kind of PG friendly in some capacities, despite the fact you're still using guns that, like, there are like little colorful pebbles and pellets falling out of the shotgun as soon as it hits the wall. It's those projectiles that aren't as lethal as, say, a full slug round of heavy metal. And that, you know, it's pretty cool to see a balance between that in some regards. You mentioned that this is a game in first impression that you had seen people of all ages, if they really wanted to, be able to be, you know, enjoying of it. You see there's a competitive scene laid out for those who have that drive to be able to push it to the next level individually, and obviously a casual game mode PvE still being worked on in early access to continue onwards with it. But right now, we are going to be in that aforementioned competitive style of play, to where we are going to be jumping into our next matchup, the GOATs versus the Goodfellas, an Organized Anarchy, a game mode in which has been exactly that, proving it thus far.
Yeah, exactly. So, and you know, I love seeing the pellets as well come out with the shotgun. Why can't violence be for everyone? All right, we keep this PG, we keep it safe.
Gatekeeping violence,
and even look as well at what it says on the board. It's not kills, it's knockouts. Okay, so no one's dying. Don't worry. I know it says deaths, but that's an exclamation mark. Or well, should be at least anyway. This is no one's getting hurt. It's all just a lot of fun. These silly little rabbits going around having a good time playing games against each other, as the GOATs and Goodfellas now up against each other in what will be already looks a little bit like, to me, a more evenly matched game. The way that these teams are maneuvering about the map, it's 2-4 with not even a minute gone, and already you can see it's a little bit more hectic, but they're trying to pick up those key positions, hold angles. I think we're seeing more 2 evenly matched sides now trying to get each other up in this game.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm more than cool with that. I mean, even still, though, despite it being evenly matched, it's still that pace that we've come to know and come to love in many instances, where it was once off. Now it's that clash that really does meet at a head, to where still this red team can pull back into it, having found the opening kill of the game, as it were, the first of it with the sniper plunger. Not yet having found anything really in terms of conversions following them being at their top of their game, but here we see that up and down, left and right, we'll see them try and get into better positioning, but one trying to get atop of the roof is just chased up and knocked out right before he's able to reach the apex of that building, and leaving now the respawns that are a little bit more awkward, I would say, for the Goodfellas, as they aren't able to catch themselves a break and getting into those spots. Now those were able to take the top down too. From the top, now down, Reason Me looking to get up close and personal, has Mauser right around the block as he arrives on the scene.
That was a great great piece of tactical play there from the Goats. They got control of the top areas, read the spawns of Goodfellas, and then just hopped down and got the job done as they now extend this lead. It started off a little bit hectic, but it did slow down for a second as the Goats sort of got themselves set up for how they wanted to play, and then ultimately just made light work. As Mouser getting flung outside of the map there. But you do have the Goodfellas now who really are linking up, trying to play tight together, which I think is the right play here at the moment. They have found themselves spawning out near that no man's land area, so they want to make sure that they can hold up, and you do have a player moving in to try and do the damage. And you know, one thing that has to be said is even though the Goodfellas are kind of holding hands at some points, you're looking at this and you just have to say they're not making it count for that much. The Goats, you know, regardless of even when they're just as a 1 or as a 2 or whether they're split, they're ultimately coming away with these kills, and I think Trees and Me is doing a really good job here. We've seen him consistently play at this kind of height and you know taking advantage of the verticality. They're getting a lot of information for a side as well for the Goats to be able to get along the ground, get in and get those kills. And you see with the Goodfellas, 2 players not having knockouts on the board yet. It's a worrying sign for them. They are pulling back the number ever so slightly, but a lot of work left for them to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say Piggy is at the top of the board, but not a player whose name I've actually said all too much, and I think that just goes to show that everyone is once again pulling their weight in the way that we would expect a winning team to. Goodfellas, you know, kind of melting actually for a minute there, with I think 4 kills in quick succession to be able to give themselves a little bit more of a stretch back into this game to what was otherwise looking a bit more dull. It's still not get over talking earlier about the fact that like at 19 knockout mark, that's where things start to get really like dangerous, I'll say, but I don't think the distance is that far between them to where if they can't find themselves in another advantageous team fight, Goodfellas can't be brought back into this game as a talking point. It's down. We see that just below the tallest building of the map are a majority of the Goats now looking to skate their way forwards, onwards and upwards as they scale it. There's not going to be all too many players from the Goodfellas side actually on that building in particular. It's the ones that's around, but now approaching that point, they've bounced up and they've gotten off those pads in order to reach a position to where tools are going to be at least a little more easy, but finding themselves not exposed from one angle and trying to get into another, as it is going to be a nice jump spot there actually seen over the top side yellow tarp, and you love to see that. A little bit of innovation coming through there to get not only vision but a little bit of damage output just as well.
Yeah, and credit where credit is due. Goodfellas are making this work really well. I mean, having that verticality, setting up top of those buildings now, they have that advantage, and you know, Malroji getting around underneath potentially could do some damage, but I don't think he's able to do it. I believe, yeah, he did just get taken out there by Chili Guy, and you know, Goodfellas, they're using the verticality really well. The Goats had to take their time to try and get into these positions now to take the fights, but that's a big kill there coming in for the Goats, who can maybe now move into a strong position.
Yeah, that was like an accidental self-death, positioning himself right next to the explosive barrel, but also within the line of sight, so where once it had blown him down to that 1 HP mark, a single bullet was all that would have been needed as Hooligan blows himself once more, trying to just eliminate the worry of those kinds of things around them. The destructibles starting to play a little bit more of a factor now into the actual kills being offered up to their opponents, as a misplay costs them the 1. It's only going to be the 1 as sniper front across the map. William able to tuck and roll between a multitude of those shots as Trees and Me and Mouser at range are firing back and forth to both of them. The lot not able to connect just yet, as Professor Voss is looking to get a jump shot in as well. A hard reactionary play that will be needed from the blue team. But as their snipers are unable to find Professor Voss, they set their sights on someone else, find him, but leave themselves more than easy enough of a target onto the jump spot once it's actually figured out just the right timing to when the shot needs to hit, and another to where Goodfellas are now drawing the distance. A longer game, but one that is certainly delivering on all fronts.
Yeah, I mean, Goodfellas have arguably made the most use of this site in the game compared to anybody else we have seen so far. They've been staying up there, holding that control. We've been seeing the plunger sniper shots go through 17 to 20 in what I believe was like an 8 to 18 at one point, something ridiculous like that. Maybe I'm misquoting there, but it was something along those lines anyway, to where Goodfellas have really dominated the last few minutes of this map. And as you said, it's been a longer map. Both of these teams have taken the time to feel each other out and change the way that they play. This game has very much ebbed and flowed in terms of strategies being used, as we now see it going back down to the ground, as Trees and Me trying to pick up a kill, kind of get in between the lines, but quickly taken out by a Goodfella side that maybe were a little bit slow at the beginning, even when they played as a team, but very much have locked in now and get their opposition trapped into positions where they're just getting those kills and slowly edging themselves back into this one.
Really quick. 3 minutes or so. Started to come to a halt in general in terms of the kills, with neither team really finding much of anything. The next 3 minutes that have ensued, though, the Goodfellas have found themselves to this point to where it's going to become that war of just how much a game style can change. And what an interesting way of play there is right now. Is it's just going to be them playing a top-down look, not on an angle. It's quite literally a game of verticality. The drop down to where scaling from ledge to ledge, it will be the sides of the goats to get themselves up close enough to find a kill or two and force away the Goodfellas, but now leaving them with more decisions as to how they want to scatter and spread. Now, along the ground, more often than not, the goats are going to be able to find those kinds of picks, but looking to get themselves back at the top point that they were once is going to be their next move, as it is going to be the jump from the Goodfellas onto the rooftops. It's only Swilliam, though, on the other extremity. It's the others who remain quite a distance from them, adjacent, but not quite enough where they can see a player try to find a trade, as it is the goats who stretch kill after kill in favorable places to where the Goodfellas, as individuals, need to find themselves not isolated, but have failed to do so thus far in this last minute.
Yeah, I think the goats or the Goodfellas have made a massive mistake up top. You know, they had the position for so long, they ended up switching it out, and, you know, they're getting punished for that now. 21 to 27, just 3 more needed now for the Goodfellas, I believe. That graphic has changed. So 23 more kills now from their side, and the goats trying to chase up, but in a case of too little too late, it seems.
Could. Never say never. So one more back, leaving this one at a distance of 4. At this rate, it needs to be about 3 kills for every 1 that the Goodfellas get. And that's assuming they don't get 1 before that point, to where now it's just map point. At 30, it will be the finishing touches, though, sprinkled upon it. And easily, hands down, the most exciting, intense, and quite possibly nuanced game that we've seen thus far in the tournament on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of way more of an interesting game to watch in terms of the tactics on display, how they utilize the map, the ebbs and flows. I mean, as you said, there was one point we wondered, was there another potential whitewash on our hands? But then it got evened up. The positioning was key. We had talked about, when we briefly seen this map before, about how important positioning is, where you get on top of the tallest buildings on the map. You don't get caught in that no man's land. And I mean, the use of those top buildings was instrumental in terms of who was on top in that game. You know, if you were to actually read the game minute by minute and try and analyze who controlled for that minute and why, it was nearly always the teams who had the majority of presence over on the side of the tallest buildings. Whenever they were on top there and being able to look down on their opposition, that's when the sides were doing some of the real damage. And I think as it came towards the end, it got a little bit more spread out. It got a little bit more chaotic as teams were just more concerned about playing their lives and picking up the individual kills rather than the long-term positional strategy. But I think when there only a kill or two comes into it in a closer game, that's always going to happen. You're going to see this sort of position abandoned and a retreat, if you will, to try and play like a guerrilla warfare tactic just to try and pull something back.
Yeah, I think it was kind of the most interesting that we had seen them, you know, kind of consistently moving from place to place for a while in that game for a majority of it. But then there was a solid minute there where it was just stagnant. It was about 2, I think 3 maybe blue players at the top side of a building aiming downwards at the red, who were trying to get right up into a scale or maybe box them in, leave them in a place where it was a little bit awkward to take the fights as one. The high ground only goes so far in terms of being advantageous and favorable. But, you know, although it might have felt a little bit claustrophobic, they reacted. They jumped right down into the belly of the beast, finding the kills and trying to force them off and away, and successfully so in some regards. It might not have been a hand-over-fist level of trading, but even then, it got the job done and returning to what normalcy was for them in their map control as it was. They had effectively forced the red team into a box to where they had once been saying, okay, well, we got this number of kills, let's do it again and again and again, and changing up that pace even at just that little bit really did just kind of reset the spawns to the point at that rate where they had, you know, a sniper duel from the top side to the other end where they once were at the lower side. They had then found themselves at their peak.
Yeah, and you know, everything that we've said about that map 1 in terms of how it's played out, it's making me really excited to see this map number 2, because we have seen 2 teams that know how to utilize the strengths that a map provides. And now as we move on to this one, way less verticality involved, will be a little more mixy for sure. So there's definitely going to be a change up in strategy in terms of how the teams have to play this one. But let's see who can make that change up first and you do it the best.
See that on a map like this, there's a lot to kind of break through. There's defenses posted, so we're jumping over the top of them isn't really an accurate and easy option. You're going to need to find yourself encapsulated within the compound if you want to take those duels effectively. And already an explosive beginning with neither team wanting to take it slow as they had just in the last. But I want to see if we see a mirror image of what really became down to the nitty-gritty of the game. A comeback required from the red squad of the GOATs. And certainly, I mean, not too far off from it, but needing to really close that out before it really has a chance to get off the ground is going to be their main prerogative.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, credits so far, Goodfellas are picking up a couple of kills, but again, sort of similarly to what we saw in the first minute of game 1, that it is a little bit cagey with them feeding each other out. If it keeps replicating game 1, we're going to see one of these teams begin to pull away now in a second, but I have a feeling that's not going to be the play. You can see the way the GOATs are rotating now at the moment. They're going to go through as a unit, so they may pick up a couple of kills, but whether or not this ensuing gunfight is successful will be a big indicator of how we see this game go, as Goodfellas holding on to that verticality and Nugtoes getting rotated away, should I say, with Professor Voss, and rightfully so, has left the GOATs a little more split up now with his trees and bees setting up and trying to get out with his life. Ultimately a good defense there from Goodfellas, who just made sure not to get too engaged with the 3 players that chased forward and leaving them no choice but to rotate back. Yeah, I'm starting to get confused who's who on this one right now. The HUD has switched a couple of times, just to let everybody know. I'm losing my grasp of who is who at this stage in the game, but all I do know is that one team is red and one team is blue. It was blue to take the last one, so whoever the blue team is right now will remain to be the team that looks to close this one out in a pair. Red already giving them a little bit of a run for their money, as we say, but at a much greater distance. And it's interesting when that verticality, as you mentioned, being absent in the map is really a factor, to where even the littlest bit of elevation comes to be a major plus for some of these rosters, right? Like, I mean, going at a straight down or a straight upwards view is never going to be perfectly easy, but when you're at, you know, I'd say like a 35 to 45 degree angle, a little bit more easy to take a 1 versus 1, as either side, frankly. But as we see that come into the fruition for the red squad, who get their grounds, it's they who hold on to it for a time and continue to press back anybody at a distance. But Piggy looking to close it, gets in there right in front of them, and as he gets spotted, it's down low where HP can be reclaimed, but needing some supporting fire from downrange, some covering fire to give him the room to work to cook a kill, and can, but Trees and Me loses their life and negates that one pick that had been found to give them that leg up, completely shut down. Yeah, and Piggy's still just trying to keep that position and maybe catch them off guard, as I think that was the rocket launcher that came in, and to no avail. Goodfellas now linking up together, kind of sensing the impending push, as Carnifex GG getting pushed up as well, trying to do some damage, and credit to them, they have done some damage but not been able to get a kill from this push just about, as Piggy gets traded out after taking out Chili Guy. And you know, again, we talk about the verticality, the importance of holding those areas, and it's interesting to see that when it comes to a map that has a little bit of a less verticality and you're relying on larger areas you can find, you see a lot of 3-1 splits. I mean, we're not really seeing a perfect example of it now. It is getting a little more chaotic, but we were seeing there a moment where you had 3 people kind of holding the height and 1 person trying to get in and do the damage and then rotate out, sort of a 3-to-1 split in both of these teams, where both of them were only marginally successful at best, to the point where they both negated each other. So now, as we're, you know, on our way to approaching 5 minutes into this game, only 6-9 on the score, they are trying something different now. It seems both sides are getting a little bit more mixy, a little bit more aggressive, and that's seemingly favoring the GOATs here, as they've now taken this position that the Goodfellas held for so long. Now let's see if they can make anything out of it.
Ooh, good momentum boost there from off the rooftops of Mauser. looks like a master in that moment to be able to get into that position where Piggy's not all that far off. Two players of one mind in that moment, but attempting to find the player's escape. They just choose the wrong side, a 50-50, and they lose lines of sight of the player that had just moments ago given them so much trouble. And still giving them that much. It's constant movement from Swilliam that'll be needed in order to stay alive just as well. But with that being said, it's staying alive that isn't really something you can do forever. That can't be your main goal at that point. It needs to be able to get into a position to take a new fight. And when they do, it's just down from below to where the goats have been posted up for oh so long, but no surprises to them. They read that well enough to jump over top side, spot him, shred him with the minigun, send him packing, reset the spawns a bit, and leave them a little bit more locked onto the other edge to where now moves need to be made by Goodfellas who are on the back foot in terms of kills. Once at that kill, now leaving Piggy out into the open. The streets are no safe haven though. As Piggy may take damage, it's the engagement that they still end up out on top of and have perfect awareness as to where the next health pack will be to take their neck.
Yeah, I mean, look, you kind of just have to say, even though there's not that much in the scoreline, and you know what we're seeing could change at any moment, in terms of the map control, though, you really do have to say it is going to the goats at the moment. They're rotating better. They're pushing Goodfellas back into a position who are resorting to, I don't know if I'd say it's like a campy play style more than just a observer play style, in the sense of where they just try and pick up information from those kind of points of interest across the map and just retain that aggressive Voss with a big moment there as Voss with 2, Nugtoes with 1, and all of a sudden this scoreline only 2 in the difference now, as that was a great wave for Goodfellas. And we did say, you know, only one wave could change this entire thing. The goats were still controlling the map until that moment, as Goodfellas now rotating up to that position that they seem to have liked it for the majority of this map, and with just over 13 minutes left, this one still could go either way.
A line of blue players there kind of splitting the map. You can see as they're kind of just, I wouldn't say messing around, but they're kind of just getting their tricks in a little bit here to boost up their meters. That is a part of the game that you don't often really make note of. It might look like they're kind of just screwing around and about, but getting those boosts built up to the point where if they need to make a quick escape or if they want to go in for an all-in assault is going to be the biggest and most important piece to their movement. The trajectory of these players, though, seems to be a little bit scattered to the rooftop of 3 separate buildings, a pairing of players deepest, with Mauser the closest, needing an aggressor to join him at his side, and always seeming to be old reliable as Piggy, as jumping into the belly of the beast once more, though, has left these 2 players split and separated, absolutely blown to pieces as the first, with Swilliam not able to escape the gunfire, as it's 2 weapons used to perfection. Switch between them as Trees and Me pops 2 pairs of bombs in the same direction to find them not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 kills in quick succession enough. We're now needing to get a little bit of that sweat going are the Goodfellas, as it's William who seems to swim in it and finding not only the first kill but damage enough to where he and his teammate, his compatriot, are able to find one back. But even still, it's not a gap that's been closed entirely, as it's been bridged by Trees and Me once more.
Yeah, I mean, the goats had a terrific push there. You had Piggy get 2 and the rest of the team combining for the rest in what was a great push, and now 20 to 15, you know, it's not an insurmountable gap, but it is one that will start to cause concern for the side of Goodfellas, who at the end up did just lose their strong position, and you know, they've relied on that for so much of this map, sitting on top of this okay bar and grill. That's where they wanted to reside for a large part of the map. And it was going really well for them up until that point. They had been pushed off at once, but for the most part, they were in an excellent position and defend it well. But after that caution being broken, it seems to have opened the floodgates a little bit here. Goodfellas are being left stranded, and while they're getting 1 or 2 trades, the goats are still just getting pushed up with that map control and sort of being rewarded for their aggression here now, as the pace seemingly kicking off. Again, 1 good wave of solid kills from Goodfellas can change this one, but on the same, or the other side of the coin, the goats 1 solid wave of kills virtually closes this game up.
Yeah, I think that will be more likely than not the case. The reason me is just these players locked and loaded on his position, and honestly just wasting their time, frankly, to where his teammates can do as they please and getting closer and scaling. I'm honestly, frankly, shocked that they were allowed to stay alive for as long as they had, Trees and Me. What a service he had done to his teammates in that fact, in that regard. To be able to rely on him and his ability to traverse this map is once again doing the same and find the health and skating out of dodge, continuously finding himself in better positions without even really needing to do all that much in terms of damage output, even still having been the top in terms of kills. And now finding himself even in 11th, following his health regained. So too will his confidence be to re-engage and to find them within that 3 mark to where 2 players are just below. It's Carnifex, who isn't really able with his position to play against the both of them. And without just a little bit of peppering of damage, I don't really think or foresee him going in on his lonesome. He calls in the rest of the troops. They group up, but bodies more so too for Goodfellas down below. And unbeknownst to the Goats, are they here in numbers? But are those numbers going to come to matter? Because as it stands, it's only Swilliam to press ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Goodfellas, credit to them. They are trying to hang on here, but the Goats are kind of getting ready to deal that killing blow. Swilliam, I believe, had that sniper, now has the minigun out, ready to try and do some damage, but Treason holding a good spot. We've seen a couple of players utilize this, right? Using that kind of, that third-person mechanic to push up against the wall, but to be able to see exactly what's going on behind. We've seen the jump shot tactic come in as well. Treason literally just after doing so there, they kind of bunny hop from that ledge where they have that line of sight and try to get some damage done for their teammates to go in and finish the job. But speaking of finishing the job here, Swilliam staving off the impending doom of the Goats, picking up a nice 2 and Professor Voss with 1. So there is hope, little as it may be. Voss trying to hold on. Swilliam and Nugtoes picking up another 2, and I've seen crazier things. Trees and Me though with a huge snipe, now only needing 1. Goodfellas need to get 5 if they want to rescue this.
Yeah, and I so much for there to be no trading right now from the Goats, and that's one thing this game has to offer that's very fundamental about esports in general. I think when it comes down to that one last kill, as long as you're there with numbers, there should be no realistic world that you're not going equal, at least for God, even if it's all 3 players going down to the last and 4th and final player, right? Like, that's fine. But there's just, again, no real possibility for these Goodfellas players to pressure all that much for 1 kill, as it's Carnifex to jump down from the top ropes after having secured that final frag. It's a 4-kill gap, though, and still one that's tight, but it's the Goats that take it 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you know, massive congratulations to the Goats there. Commiserations to Goodfellas, who, you know, just for a split second, I don't know about you, but they picked up a couple of kills at the end to where I think it was 28 to 25. And if that snipe doesn't come in from Trees and Me, and it's still 28 and 25 with another push on the cards, you're thinking, could they maybe pull this one back and sneak it with the perfect push? But, you know, once that snipe comes in, as you say, it just 1 kill that's needed. It's the trades that would be important. You're right, they're absolutely huge in esports. You just see it happen straight away. They get the kill, but ultimately trade it straight away, leaving it 30 to 26. And definitely by far the most competitive game we have seen so far this evening. And, you know, you have to give massive credit to the way both of those teams played those maps, to where, you know, you never had a particular moment where a team looked like from the halfway point that they were a surefire thing to win it. The games constantly ebbed and flowed across game 1 and game 2. The strategies changed. The points of interest changed as to where teams considered wanting to sit. But I do think the Goats got rewarded in the end up for the most part for their map control. They usually had the Goodfellas set up in that one spot where they very much wanted to be the majority of the time. And the Goats were just able to roam around freely and just decide on how they wanted to push that, and eventually found the key to unlock the door, so to speak, in the fact that they got pushed in, they were able to pick up those kills, and eventually broke the defensive holes that the Goodfellas had. And I think from that point, the Goodfellas would then be left floundering in their spawn from what was a map that was completely controlled by the rotational abilities of the Goats.
Yeah, the rotations were really just something different. I think that they're kind of outmatched in the sense of the slow scaling of positioning and numbers from the side of the Goodfellas, rather, I think is better than the Goats, despite them having actually taken the series. I think that they had a really good way of pressuring little by little and getting in those positions where their multi-frags were available in that first or I believe it was the first game, might have been the second, but either way, it was 4 kills, 5 kills in quick succession that had kind of turned around the game to the point where another reset like that could have really done it for them. As I had mentioned in games prior, when we were watching teams get stomped out with only maybe 7-6 knockouts in total, I mean, it was the ones that they were getting towards the end that really gave it like a glimmer of hope, but it was just that too little too late mentality that we had that we couldn't really break through. And really, how can you blame us? Because even in moments like those where it's a hopeless 29-26, I believe it were, 25 maybe even, it's just too many kills in between them to where teams shouldn't be able to figure that one out. And when you see them make these team fights happen in the early stages of the game, you kind of hope that they carry through that through the entirety of it. And when you even have that one slip up, when you even lose that one team fight to a point that becomes quote unquote, I'll say disastrous, it gets to that stage where the respawns are going to feel a little bit bittersweet once you do hit the ground running, because do you look to go to that same level of play, or do you go back to what was already going forward and working for you? I mean, I don't really know whether it's a game style change at any stretch that really did them a whole lot, but we are going to be going into another game nonetheless.
Yeah, getting straight into another one after getting to watch a really competitive and interesting one there, and checking out Marshalla, who, you know, seemingly like that pistol. We've seen a couple of players now who kind of decide their highlight weapon is the pistol, and, you know, credit to them for that. I mean, it's the weapon that you do start off with, and it's one of those ones where it's probably best if you know how to utilize it, considering it's such a common weapon off the bat. And we're on board with Weld Forbidden then here as well. Is this the same Weld that we seen earlier? Are we seeing Weld Skate coming up? His favorite weapon seemingly being that plunger sniper, and you know, in every single game, you love to see a good sniper, right? I mean, you love to see someone who can really utilize the weapon well. And even just from that little bit that I got to test this weapon before in prior, it was so much fun.
Yeah, and this is actually a different Weld, just for everybody at home to know. It's Weld Board instead of Weld Skate. It is going to be a different amalgamation of players under what is presumably the same organization, or grouping rather, whichever the case may be, as we are going to be going into the second map of a series that has already been ongoing, and we are going to be going into that in regards to the second map being a replay because a player had crashed. So that is going to be an interesting way of maybe taking a little bit more storyline into this one, as the team with the player who had crashed, who's unbeknownst to us, is going to be able to, you know, either push us to a third map or close it out in two. And regardless if they are the team to take us to a third map or to close it out, that would be a pretty nice feeling given a second lease on life.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is the Crypto Cats Guild who are currently 1-0 up in that one. And looking forward to getting into that game too now. As you say, we're kind of jumping in on the midway point through that storyline. It'll be curious to see, you know, how these teams are actually playing against each other. You know, how did that first one go? The fact that we're maybe getting a replay on this game number 2 would lead us to believe that maybe it was a little bit of a closer game than some of those games that we were seeing in round number 1. Perhaps, you know, if you're in a situation where you're really eager to get that replay in due to whatever issue, then you maybe know that you have a chance. And look, you don't want to be, as any team, going into this one thinking that you don't have a chance. You need to be going in and trying to put the fight to all the opposition, regardless of the talent that they bring. But, you know, I do just wonder in this game too, are we seeing a situation where we could be going on to our first game 3?
Yeah, I think that definitely it could be a world of redemption. It could be a world of, you know, us looking towards the future, to where, honestly, as a side note, I think it'd be pretty interesting to see some of these organizations that are fielding multiple teams come to a clash at some point, to get to see who will be the quote-unquote better of the two, I guess. But, you know, I guess only time will tell if we'll reach those roads, as we do have an intermission in between us and the next game, so stick around. Stay tuned.
But look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. And all my dreams came true. And now we're looking around. To the preacher we are bound. 'Cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. I see you. Sit tight. Something's coming. Intermission time. Cue that elevator music. No, I mean it. Cue the elevator music. I want to feel like I'm in an elevator during intermission. Do 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 do. Game back on. Go kill. Intermission time.
Welcome back. Hope you guys didn't go too far astray, as we do have more games on the way. It was going to be a pretty big day for My Pet Hooligan, as we've already gone through a good cluster of our games. As we continue our way through the rounds, we are going to be rejoining, as far as I'm aware, one of the rounds that is currently ongoing, as it is going to be a second map between Crypto Cats Guild and Weld Board, the team that is a byproduct of two teams in the entirety of this tournament, or maybe more. I mean, I didn't really look at every single organization's name into this one, but we've got a pair from Weld. So let's look at these player highlights as what weapons they will be utilizing in this next one.
Yeah, I mean, we did see this sniper before, and, you know, we were talking about before the break about how much fun it is to actually see the sniper in use, and I got to give credit to the development team as well, all right? Because one of the first things that stood out to me when I had a chance to look at all the weapons in this game was how unique that actual sniper plunger looks. I really like the idea behind it, how you see that kind of little flailing piece of toilet paper behind it, like it's the ballistic projectile itself, you know. Really nice little detail in there that, again, you know, something we've talked about a million times already with this game is that the personality that it brings to the table, that's just one of the many key elements that contributes to that. Meanwhile, you do have the water pistol over here on the side of another player as well as we load into this map number 2. And as you said, it is game 2 of this series. Crypto Cats Guild are 1-0 up. Weld Board going to be trying to do something different here to pull it back as they all load into Central Park.
The newest addition to the pool of maps that this game does have to offer. Fun fact, I have a teammate on my Counter-Strike team named Tatum, but there's no second A, it's just TATM.
Maybe he's the same player in disguise.
Yeah, maybe he's just looking to make a little bit of a career change, you know? I mean, this game's on the rise. Counter-Strike, of course, a dead game.
Oh, he said it, folks.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's my main esport. It's less dead than any other esport, man. Give me a break.
Yeah, that is very true. But speaking of who's dead, you know, Weld Board getting that first kill on the board, and you know, we've seen before on this map how teams love to control that top highway, and seemingly no different here. That, you know, it's picking up the snipers, it's controlling that distance, and it's a sniper fest here, it seems, as we're seeing plunder trails left, right, and center, I think, from both sides, but mainly from the side of Weld Board, who are, as I said, controlling that top, and it is up to Crypto Cats Guild to try and rotate their way around into a position. But so far, no team really getting any picks. Maybe need to improve on those sniper shots a little bit.
Wonder whose job it is to clean up these areas after these fights have gone down with all the toilet paper stringing from the trees. But poor guy better be being paid well. Right now, though, Weld Board given a second opportunity to try and fight back now following a player crashing in the restart of the map. So Cats were on a little bit of a downward trajectory from what they had come to expect following their first map victory. I can only assume as it's Weld Board who take no time in getting a number of these kills and denying Crypto Guild, or rather, Crypto Cats Guild any chance of getting high enough and close enough to find consistency in their fights, as there are so many players on the low ground for them even still yet to find any success beyond 2, as that gap widened little by little. And every time someone arrives atop of this roadway, it's, hey, you get shredded.
Yeah, and you know, that is one thing Weld Board will have to take into account and consideration as well, is that granted, while they may be ahead on kills, given the fact that they are up in a key position, if they end up losing this key position at some point, all of a sudden they could find that scoreline turning around very quickly. So while they have control, they need to make as much use of it as they possibly can and extend this scoreline, because even though, you know, it is possible to hold this area for the entirety of the game, when you're getting into these situations where the games are a little more even across the board, it kind of is a matter of time before you're kind of on the back foot at least, and having to kind of give an answer to the question being posed of, how am I now going to deal with this situation? Crypto Cats Guild will probably eventually have that answer, and Weld Board will be in a position where they need to answer back themselves. But for this current moment, well, you have to give them a lot of credit. They are picking up the kills, and more importantly, they're not dying. They're making sure to be not getting picked on these positions, and they are dominating a key part of the map still.
I'd like to see that much. It was Tomac who had done a good number of kills when they tried to take that from them. Not easy to get on top of this bridge, honestly, in terms of regaining it. Very visibly so, as Marshall just really attempting to get on it, gets shot from either direction and needs to pull off the chance he gets. But oh my lord, just jumping around and about a very fast way up into the face of his opponent, drops a little bit of a bazooka shot that does connect for damage, no frags, as we come to a standstill for a moment in the way of exchange. Targets just being made known. Shotguns are being pulled. There's one just behind that finds actually a wonderful beginning and now middle stage to this map. The Cats Guild are, as far as we tell, having not seen that first map, not looking like themselves from a few moments ago. And that might be something of a telling place to go into that third map if that's where we end up.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where our Crypto Cats guild is struggling to deal with the verticality of the map, the openness of it, and if so, if we end up on a map that has a lot of verticality to it once again, are they going to suffer here? Is it a case of them being a team who are really good at one strategy but need to go back to the drawing board in terms of their well-roundedness at the title? It's, you know, it's yet to be seen. Maybe they are just having a slow start, or maybe Wellboard just, you know, abnormally good at this map, you know, because it is the most open map. It is the widest map in terms of the lines of sight. So maybe this is their once-off. So the map that they feel most comfortable on, that will quickly be nullified going into a game 3, as you said, if we get there. But it is looking very much like we will get there. 5 to 17 now, over 5 minutes gone. Well, they're playing with a degree of confidence here. We're seeing the paintball gun in action as well. And then 6-6, 3-3 in the kills. Meanwhile, Crypto Cats Guild are counting down 3, 2, 1, and 0. Not a great showing from them here, but of course, if they do have a game 3, they have a whole another map to turn things around. But if you're well bored, surely the confidence is going up here as we see an array of toilet paper there, sort of going around it in a spiral fashion. That was a beautiful display.
Yeah, and then this literal map in particular, just I feel like this is unbreakable. This hold they have on the bridge, I feel like it's almost like a game of King of the Hill, and it's one we haven't seen them win out on yet once, this Crypto Cats Guild team, and I've only seen it a handful of times, to be honest with you, but it does seem like there's a very clear way of getting him off of this. It's gonna have to be like numbers getting up and the right momentary timing in which they do eventually get that one for them. He's got a pair of players to deal with otherwise now. It's had him in court, but it only means so much. To be able to find those frags and be able to put up those numbers, and still doing so. Our board is firing down onto the bridge where it's a linear duel for both parties, but scattered between each car. It is going to be the red that come out on top. Wellboard looking very well oiled in this moment where I'm not too sure if I can foresee a comeback, but I've seen crazier in my career in most all games, so it's just going to have to be a matter of getting what they need done, and that's forcing them off of this bridge. A chokehold, being strangled right now. They don't seem to have a real reasonable way to get out of this one.
What you do have to say about this is that Wellboard are playing very, very careful, and I mean, testament to them. It's working incredibly well. They have made damn sure not to give up this position, which I think sort of indicates what they were maybe up against in that map number 1 in terms of what they had to deal with, and maybe just realizing that they have something that works here and they absolutely cannot afford to switch from it whatsoever, and doing a really good job with that. But you do wonder if we end up in this map 3, which is almost guaranteed now at this point, if we find them going into a position early on where they don't have those key positions, are they going to go back in?
Yeah, I do wonder, and I guess it all depends on the map in particular. This one, it's a different story from most in the way of what this position really is, right? Like so many others have like building rooftops where they're kind of ones that are adjacent enough to where it's a head-on eye-line fight for the most part. I mean, the skyscrapers are obviously a completely different beast from what this is. There's no real angle you can take as the team on the low ground, so it's unfortunate to say, but I don't really think the Crypto Cats stood a chance in that map as it were with how that was being played. Once that first team had hit the bridge, I doubt there was a very easy way to get them off of it if it wasn't in the opening stages. If it wasn't in the opening, maybe like 3 or 4 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that really does sum it up, and you know, massive congratulations to Weld on that performance. We are going to be seeing our first game number 3 on broadcast this evening, where it really does feel like it could go either way. Again, for those who may just be tuning in, we have only caught the second game of this map, and going away that we didn't really expect given what we heard from that game number 1. But the fact that we didn't get to see game number 1, it leads me to wonder how tight that game might have actually been, because that game 2 was a really controlled hold from Wells, and I just wonder if it's a case of, did we have just 2 teams dominant in different maps, and now we're going into one where we could maybe see one side be dominant again? Or was there a case of Crypto Cats Guild getting a little bit lucky in that game 1, then getting found out in game 2 and maybe seeing a quick game 3? It's hard to tell, really. Time can only tell from when we get into it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on that. I mean, time is always of the essence with this game, whether it be in or outside of it. I mean, we've had some rushes, some absolute crushes. We've seen some very long and drawn out affairs. We've heard about some very long and drawn out affairs. I haven't really experienced it to the extent that we've been described it, though. And I think that camping lifestyle is one that may become a little bit more prevalent as we go onwards. But certainly, I think that these games are now starting to slow down a little bit, thin out the herd. From what was once the teams that are, I guess, not, I don't want to say less experienced. I don't know what the word would be, but I mean, just frankly, being outshot time and time again, for one thing, just the awareness and individuality and aim sense just isn't all quite there for one of the teams or a couple of the teams that have been knocked out in that first round, even following into the second. But now we're getting down to the nitty gritty. Now we're really getting down to the teams that are going to have all that in their wheelhouse. We're getting down to what will be more exciting than anything else. And I just very well hope that once we do find ourselves at that grand final or anything close to it, it isn't going to be some of those washovers. It's not going to be the walkthroughs, because these games have delivered, I think, really, in just giving us a good taste of what this game can really be and what players can actually do and what teams can look like just as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're seeing situations where you have teams being just completely dominant, going forward on that aggressive front and playing the game through its kills. We've seen teams be dominant, as we kind of just seen there, through their positional sense, through utilizing what the map actually has to offer and taking full advantage of that fact. And hopefully, as we go on towards the latter half of this evening's cup, that, we begin to see teams be able to combine all of that. We see teams hold these really strong areas, look like they're going to be able to come out with a win through those areas, but then you have that individual moment of brilliance, a team that comes in through getting some kills and is just able to get in there, completely shake things up and sort of reset us, if you will, to where teams are going to have to try and set up into those power positions again. So you want to see all the elements that we have seen throughout the course of this broadcast so far combine into one in what would be the most high quality of matches.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. It's pretty telling that this is going to be our first 3-map affair, but it's one that we also didn't see that first map for, you say, and I think that's going to be something that we are going to be able to witness down the line. I'm pretty confident in that. I don't think the rest of the day is going to be 2-0s just as this one wasn't. I think that there's a lot more room now for them to cook up some new ideas, some fancier ways of traversing maps like this one that I was so fond of when we had seen previously. It's just so very creative. I feel like people who put this one together had a pretty set idea in mind of how they wanted these duels to go down, or at least how they wanted to, curate them for the experience of the player. And right now, I think that's being put in good faith just as well. These skateboards have a lot that they're able to do in the way of getting from spot to spot, from place to place, from height to height. The attempting to utilize actually the gaps in the map making in attempts to get closer and closer into their opponents with a little bit of parkour as they scale up through the vents. They aren't able to do much, though, in this one, Worldboard, in the way of getting early map control as the previous, because the problem is this map has so much control that you can afford to take from high to low, from left to right, up and down, around the stairs. There's just so many places that really can be made a huge advantageous angle of play, and right now I think scattering is maybe the best move for some of these players, where in other maps I would have argued otherwise.
Yeah, and what's really interesting as well to watch, in parallel to what we've seen before in the previous time we watched this map, or should I say the complete opposite of what we've seen. What we saw before was very much a back and forth in the sense of playing the heights and feeling each other out to begin with, where this map has gone straight for sort of that's where you are, we're going to get pushed in underneath you. It's only actually just now as we're getting a look at this, we're seeing that distance and verticality come into play, as Marshall are trying to get a couple of hits there onto Well with the snipers, but eventually getting taken out with the snipe from Well Tomik, I believe that's how it's said, could be wrong again, but like a really nice snipe coming in there. And I think this has to be the most even game that we've seen so far. We've seen both of these teams utilize a couple of different strategies already in terms of playing that distance, playing up close, and the kills for the most part ending up pretty even after the first couple minutes.
Yeah, they're getting into their opponents' heads here and there, and where they want to play from. It's a high ground game to where sometimes you'll see, I feel like, where the red team are, they want to come from that position and walk their way up through the lower ends of the, I don't know, this is a factory? What would you call this? Would you
Oh,
this in
God,
terms of a title. It's pretty fever dreamish, this entire map in general, but
yeah, I mean, that is, I'm actually, you have completely stumped me now, because I am trying to piece together what this bit may be.
Some kind of building.
Call it art. You know, actually, now that I think about it, what are the random floating bricks? You know, if we analyze a little bit too much, you know, we love this map for the aesthetic of the map.
yeah, absolutely with that. Very, very cool. It's got a couple of different themes going on, you know, in terms of the patterns and the color combinations. A little bit of that abstract art, the sculptures of the floating squares in the bottom floor. It's got some good depth to it. Even then, trying to just traverse it and get into a spot where they know a player may be, it's not easy. As this is probably going to be one of the maps in general in the pool where the meta is going to be a little bit slower, right? By nature of not really being able to find your opponents as instantly as you would otherwise, to where they're exposed and out into the open and taking duels from a top-down angle. Now it's always going to be shooting me from my left, right, below me, above me, inside of me, for God's sake. This one has taken us 10-7, just that much further into the favor of the first map victor in the Crypto Cats. They had taken themselves just that little bit of time off in recovery, and now in the face of a loss in the last, they look to be revitalized ever so slightly, but still not, you know, running away with this game in the slightest. It is a competitive one as it ever was. Well board, although they might not have been able to get an ideal piece of map control, or rather this map doesn't really afford them just a singular, still have been able to make this one a close enough affair where maybe that won't all that much matter for them going down the stretch if they're able to make this one work, because a lead has been claimed.
Yeah, you know, all evened up as well now, 13-13, and it really has to be said, this game has been, like, chaotic, but not in a fast-paced chaotic. Like, as you said, no team has really gotten any control of a particular point, kind of grasped the game, so to speak, and had that either map dominance or just a level of to where you think that they're going to come away with the victory. The scores relatively even across the board when it comes to the spreading out of kills as well, in terms of how many players are dominant, how many players are not so dominant.
Right.
It's been an entirely even affair, where I feel like both of these teams are just trying to crack the case, so to speak. They're going in, they're getting the kills. It's nearly always getting traded. They're trying to find that angle that gives them that advantage as we go into the second half of this game, to just be able to pull away by more than 3 or 4 kills, because I don't think in this game it's once gone above a 3 to 4 kill gap, and even if it has, that gap certainly hasn't stayed long.
No, it has not. It's really been questionable one for both. I'm sure that they start to feel that same level of pressure at some point as well, though, because no one team really able to hold themselves above the other for much longer is going to be a problem as we get deeper and deeper into it. Right now, just looking to extend their lead, kill after kill. It will be well. They do get themselves just that much more to work with. These two teams now combined for what the total score of their ultimate goal has to be at 30 mark. Not so far off, but certainly not within grasp of either just yet. But with continual kills here and there, it's kind of you know, a disparaging scoreboard to see the bottom of both of these teams, where I believe 2 kills at a clip could very well make the difference if they're able to start converting what are effectively the most deaths their team have. I like to imagine that the Crypto Cats team do end up taking this one just that little bit closer, as they've been pretty occupied with the other end of the map on the white. It's the purple lands, in which have been territorial for Weld Board.
Yeah, I mean, what we were seeing there, to be fair, from Weld Board, is that they were in a position where they had a lot of control up that top. They got a couple of kills and were looking strong. And it unfortunately sounds like, I wasn't sure if it was just on my end, but it does sound like we have actually had a crash here in what is a crucial time in the game, folks. I gotta say, I actually take full responsibility for that, because I had a cast on yesterday where the exact same thing happened in a final game.
Oh man.
Evening. So I feel like I'm just bringing bad omens to these casts as of late. So I'll take the entire blame for that one. But folks, what we were seeing there, I think we were seeing like an incredibly close game, where just towards the end, before we had that freeze, that verticality was finally coming into use. We had a couple of snipes coming in. They were just starting to hold that position well, sort of towards that top, pick up the kills from the pushes, get the picks. And I do think we were in a position where we were going to start seeing that swing. We did see it being a case of where both these teams, as I said, were trying to crack the case in terms of each other. And I believe Weld are just in that unfortunate position where they had just found the answer, but that game crashed. I mean, I don't know if it crashed for everyone, if the server crashed, whether it was just a crash on our end. I'm sure we will figure that out and let you know as soon as we know. But definitely shaking things up a little bit there in that instance, unwantedly so.
Yeah, it's definitely never a good feeling when the game crashes if you're a player. So let's just, hope that similar to that last map, that it isn't going to be the same as it was. But we are going to throw this one to an intermission while we do square away all of our issues. So we will return with a fixed up server and a fixed up set of games in a bit.
Look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along, I met you, and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon.
Intermission time, you know what that means. Time to change your diaper and get another snack. Maybe shake out the carpal tunnel. Intermission time, you know what that means. Time to change your diaper and get another snack. Maybe shake out the carpal tunnel.
gentlemen, welcome back once again. My Pet Hooligan, the Communities Cup is continuing here. We got to cover a load of games so far at the beginning. They were a little bit of a washout to say the least, but as the rounds have gone on, the competitive level has risen between all of these players, leading to some really interesting and fascinating games. And we were on board with one there just recently before it crashed that, you know, really could have gone each and either way. And of course, we are waiting to hear how that one actually did turn out, because the crash was unfortunately on our end. But, you know, as we were talking about during the break, as we've been talking about during the series, we really are beginning to see now at this point the competitive edge come out with all of these teams in terms of the way that they're having to play against each other. We're seeing the tactical prowess come in. We're seeing the orchestrated team moves come in, and the importance of playing your life, playing around your unit, and as you mentioned before in a previous game, playing those trades, and how important trades are in any moment in an esport, but especially as you get into that late game where you're, say, up to a 28-24 and you're trying to see a game out, just making sure you keep yourself safe, playing those trades is vital to coming out with a victory.
Well, listen, I can update you first and foremost with the results of the last game being Weld Board having taken out the Crypto Cats Guild 2-1. It's the Carrot Force who they will be going up against next here on stream. So we're going to be following these Weld guys on their journey time and time again. Two different teams, but it's Board who get the limelight now, and their depth that they've proven being able to go that next extra step, because Skate actually having fallen in that the second round is unfortunate for them, but still a lifeline for the organization to go into this next one, and still some more room to be played out through. And frankly, I'm excited to see it. If they can take that last game being as competitive as it was, if they can take that one in a 3-map fashion, then maybe they go into this one with a new lease. If they think about themselves with that learning experience from a map loss, maybe, just maybe, they can take themselves that next extra step, because it's something that a lot of these teams have had to face, but it is that round of 2 that really showed that it's entirely possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head on that one. And as we go into the player highlights for the next game that we're going to see, we see KF Oob running what we've talked about already, the Plunger Sniper. Absolutely love the design and love some of the plays that we have seen from that sniper as well. Really does end up being a key role, I feel, for players on the side, on either side, while even though you may not actually have a sniper in terms of just the general long-range weapons way of playing, that's incredibly important for teams to have at least one player on their side who does run that sort of what I'd almost call like an overseer role.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting you say that. I think that there has been a little bit of a development in how the gun is used in regards to what you can really get done with it. I would call the overseer role definitely one of them, but there's a little bit more versatility to the gun, I would say, I think, in terms of what's possible. I mean, you could be an overseer, right? You could also be somewhat of a star in the sense on some maps. It's kind of a very centric part of being able to find kills where it's more than one player. Typically, you'll have one player being that overseer on the maps where there's only one, maybe 2 places they can put it. But look at this, actually. This is a pretty good map for that exact discussion that I was having. It's very head-on, because both sides of the map have so many different elevations that you can play from. So I am curious to see if we're going to see maybe 2 players on each team picking up those weapons and trying to make it work. The distance isn't long, but it's also not short. You can play that medium distance and maybe catch yourself a quick kill.
Yeah, and one of the things that I find fascinating about this map is that you're absolutely right. It does have that level of verticality to it, but it also is intricate in terms of the areas that you can move in and around, right? So it's one of those maps that I would say maybe is a little bit of an all-rounder in terms of if you find yourself in trouble from that height, you can get yourself really behind cover relatively quick. That's how you utilize that cover. And already a player that, you know, we have had highlighted to us before about being a really strong player in this title, Lord Victor. We just seen him whiz across the map there. This is a guy who just likes to get mixy with the movement, and you know, as we talked about before when watching him, that sometimes it can be your greatest strength, but it can be your greatest weakness if a team is able to kind of keep eyes on you and constantly keep on top of you. It's that you're constantly moving into positions where you're isolated. So it'll be interesting to see how well Board deal with what is, you know, I would dare say like a star player or like a one to watch for sure.
Yeah, and this isn't the team that we had seen Victor on in our crash test that we had done. I'm not sure if that was like an amalgamation of players from different teams or what have you, just in order to get something going or something. But yeah, I mean, Lord Victor was an overextender, but in an understandable way, in what looked to be a very solid individual to give that room to move. You said it yourself in terms of just being able to keep an eye on him for one, but for another thing I'll add to that is that also kind of a part of the plan is the chaos he creates where you can work around it, not so much just making sure you know what he does, but to make sure that you know what your next move has to be once he does get himself delved into the action. Right now, he's not really been all that crazy. He's kind of pulled himself back to the point where maybe when we were watching him, he felt a little bit less of that pressure and a little bit more of the ability to just kind of run down players he isn't familiar with and knows him better than no matter what. And here, on the team that we can only assume has been the one that he's been practicing with, see, it isn't he who's shining the brightest. It's Nebulite, to have found his third kill a moment ago. His knockout has gained them their lead, and Lord Victor not having to do a whole hell of a lot in terms of heavy lifting is a great thing for us to be able to say that this guy, who we know is capable of going that high, has yet to even get anything onto the board, so maybe there's room for them to grow even further into this map.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's a testament to the quality of the team that when a player such as that hasn't really gotten on the board per se yet. But again, from what we've seen at this level of player, maybe just waiting, you know, for an opportunity to strike. And it's a very good thing that he's not kind of being overzealous in the way that he's pushing early doors. He went around, had a sort of feeder of the map to begin with, and then once he kind of had a better understanding of the opposition, sort of pulled back, played with his team, and, you know, still has those skills he wants to utilize, but being more sensible about it, right? And that kind of element of being sensible is huge in Organized Anarchy, because the kills are important, but your deaths are just as important. You can be a player who can, like, slap yourself on or pat yourself on the back for getting, I don't know, 20 kills if you're sacrificing 18, 19 deaths and leaving your team in a position where over half of the kills needed are directly because of you. You need to be getting those kills, getting out and playing your life, and credit to Victor, credit to everyone on the side of the card force here, seemingly playing their lives well. Just 5 deaths between them as they are on 10 kills themselves, double ahead of Wellboard here at the moment, looking strong as we're approaching 4 minutes into this game 1.
4 minutes can be a long time in games like these. I would say that definitely it's going to be games we've seen previous where 4 minutes has felt like no time at all. The games actually have ended in shorter times than that for us today. I think the shortest one we had seen was about 2.5 minutes, to be honest. That maybe 3.5 minutes sounds more accurate, but regardless, well beyond that point to where it's the kills that have not mirrored the game that we discussed now. These skins are something that's honestly pretty cool too as well. I haven't really been paying all too much attention to it. I don't know if you have, but some already in this game I haven't seen before. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I love the skins. What is a shooter game without a bunch of colourful, wonderful skins that you can
I agree.
And, you know, rocking them in style, it has to be said, is, you know, in the lead and looking good doing it. That far behind. Now, we've seen this from this side before, that when they may be looking a little bit of trouble, or they look like things have gone stale and not necessarily in their favor, they keep themselves in it, and they keep themselves in the conversation. So while we have been kind of talking about card force, we've spent some time sort of singing the praises of Lord Victor and others as well. Wellboard have never been that far behind, and will be continuing to look to play in this way, because even if they're only a kill or two behind for another wave of, say, 10 kills, all it takes is that one wave then to get in the lead and virtually guarantee them the victory. So set up in a good position here to come back in this game, and it sort of really is a neck and neck sort of thing we're seeing between both of these teams at the moment, as now the kind of 3-1 to 4-0 split comes in again, where both teams controlling sort of strong vertical areas and making sure to stick together to try and get both picks.
I'm seeing more and more of the grenade launchers and bomb shooters than we've seen pretty much in this entirety of this tournament so far. I mean, we've seen some of the bazooka, of course, but I only remember one game off memory so far, or one map so far, rather, that we've seen the grenades be shot through, and to that good of an effect. Because right now you can see gunfire is what they've switched back to and resort to find kills once the distance has been closed, and once they've gotten them, you know, maybe a little bit shaken and stirred from all of the explosions. Even then, looking to join up with the rest of the crew. Ube needs to finish that kill and get out of the way. If he gets traded, that's going to be too big for them to pull back from. But thankfully, Nebulite right there in order to find the refrag to the refrag in a moment's notice. It could have been a lot worse, to be honest with you. It could very well have been a 16-17 score at that point in time if he hadn't gotten away and hadn't doubled back.
Yeah, that trade-on-trade situation there was huge to keep Carrot Force in the lead, and what does have to be said, you know, Carrot Force are picking up a nice wave of kills every now and then, and Wellboard, while they have kept themselves in this game for the majority of it, they have had to work really hard to do so. Like, you can tell that they've been playing in such a way where it is taking a lot of effort, whereas Carrot Force, granted, don't get me wrong, they're putting in effort, they're playing well, but again, it's sort of a strong team performance where they're getting the kills in the areas that they're controlling, and it never feels like they have to kind of overextend or hope for a moment of madness to get those kills. It's coming with a level of control from the side of KF.
Oh, lost someone.
Have we lost one? I think we might have lost one on the side of Wellboard there. 15-22. How are they going to respond to a moment like that?
It's a shame, dude. I mean, at this point, it's quite literally the worst time for it. I mean, I guess at the very least, if you are Weld, you're going to be looking towards that next map as a feeling of redemption. I don't know if there's going to be some contention in that much, but as far as esports goes, if these things happen, you play on, right? Like, it's too far beyond the point of return.
Yeah, I think you're completely right in that one. You know, it usually is the case. I mean, you know, we're not ones to speak for what the decisions ultimately will be made, but the status quo usually with these is that if they're past a certain point to where the story has already been written, so to speak,
if damage has been done, you know, those kinds of things. Because in Counter-Strike, just to relate, like, one of the biggest issues that there is in that esport when it comes to, you know, rulings and things of that nature is, was there any damage done? And it could be any amount of damage, but effectively, if you leave spawn and your teammate accidentally stabs you in the back or drops an HE and then someone crashes, the round is live. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So I am curious, as we did previously have a map reset due to a player crashing, if that will be a ruling that's upheld at some point or another for certain reasons, or what stipulations there will be should that be the case. But either way, I think that there is a world where Wellboard do come back in that second map in full force with 4, because that's not like they've been blown out of the water in this game beyond that point where he had left.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point as well, although I will say I do believe kind of at that point Carrot Force were beginning to show a little bit more dominance. I think both of these teams have been playing in such a way where they're trying to get into the groove with this particular series. As Kobe and Nebulite combining for a nice 2 kills there, and I do think Carrot Force has found their groove first in terms of just how to play this map and against this particular opposition, and as it's one away from getting it done as they do right there and now. They're a team that looks strong. They're a team that looks like they're going from strength to strength, and it is up to Wellboard now to answer back, which we know they can. They are a team that can answer back, but it's whether or not they do it and do it quickly is the big thing, because as Carrot Force continue to level up, they're going to be a tougher and tougher opposition to deal with.
Yeah, 100% true. I mean, it's a shame that that's how that one ends, but, you know, it's just kind of the way the news goes sometimes, man. I mean, going into that next map, it's going to be hard, I think, for players maybe to mentally reset, realizing that just happened to them. I mean, that's something that's going to be the hardest to get over, but going into that next map as individuals and being able to reset is all the more important, in my opinion, seeing is that, again, in my opinion, wasn't a blowout by any means. Like, it's not like, I would say that they definitely started to show dominance, like you're saying. I do agree with that much, but they need to be able to say to themselves, all right, guys, well, we just got to kind of focus back in. We got to find ourselves at our top form, because if we're not shooting, then frankly, we can't really get ourselves out of a rut like that. And mentality goes along with it, but it's not like it's been that long enough of a game to where it's been like, you know, for example, again, to relate to you and as well as to myself and our other esports, like a 45-minute pug or something like that. You know what I mean? It's not like they've been spending their entire lives playing that game. It was about 10 minutes time to where kind of shake that off a little bit and move on to the next and try and keep yourself head held high. And I still am curious about how map selection goes, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I could be mistaken in this. I believe map selection may come from just a completely randomized system, given the way that the servers work. I think that it just goes to map. Again, I could be wrong in that. But yeah, I mean, the way that map played, again, we said at the beginning of the game, that one does kind of feel like a bit of an all-rounder. So you get a little bit of a sense of of how these teams play in all areas. And one thing that I would say about Carrot Force, from the little that we know of them, although again from what we've seen of Lord Victor before, they seem like a pretty good all-rounder team. So I wonder if the next map that we get, if it's a little more nuanced in how it's played, could we see Well begin to pull it back slightly in the way that they play? Because we have seen them show some moments where they can be really, really strong and sort of lock in an area and get kills, and more importantly not get killed in those areas, right? Because I think for a large majority of that game as well, they were never going into an area without having to sacrifice something to get into that area. If they picked up 2, I think a lot of the time they were losing 1 alongside it. They were never getting in there with kind of a clean wipe that really shook up the game, unless I did miss it, which to be fair is possible. But
yeah,
they never.
We can
like
miss things. We're human.
Yeah, exactly. We're only 2 guys, for crying out loud. But like, it's really difficult to, for them seemingly to get into those situations and get a lead.
So it does seem that we will actually be restarting that last map. We will be going for the full restart, as we've been just be let know. We're starting at 0-0 on the score. The player crash has in fact affected the competitive integrity of it, so we will go back into it with everyone at the right place, in the right position, and hopefully for the remainder of it to be able to say that it was a well played and fair game. And I'm for that if that's what the ruling is, because that's just, at the end of the day, a thing of where competitive integrity rules above all else.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately as well, you're in such a fast-paced kind of best-of-3 mode that even having that little disconnect can be so detrimental to an overall. It's not like you're in a best-of-7 where a disconnect halfway through means that you definitely need to regain in the game 2. It can leave you in a perilous position. So making sure that they just get all of this restarted, and as they start back up here on Central Perk, it's a very nuanced map. We talked about that last map being an all-rounder. This sort of a completely different situation, and Weld looking like they're going to get on top of that motorway first, so it'll be interesting to see if Carrot Force early doors can get them broken off this key.
This is, I have to say, personally, so far, been my least favorite of the maps, frankly. It's not like a positional meta that I'm all too fond of. I do like every other point of this map other than the top bridge. I really just find that to be pretty frustrating to have to deal with, and a strategy in which the team that we had seen earlier on popularized, at least based on the stream as it was, is one that is going to be once again re-employed, as pretty much the entire rest of the map becomes a null point. It becomes moot when they have such a perfect place to play from. Once you hold that control, it's been proven to be very difficult to pull out from, and you can see already with the kills being where they are, that this well-board team is going to be in a nice little buffer for a few moments at the very least.
Yeah, exactly. And the biggest shame about that situation, as you alluded to, isn't the fact that there is just like a motorway to play on, but it is the fact that you do have an incredibly well-designed rest of map, as you can see there, that isn't being utilized, that we don't get to see played out to its full sort of competitive potential because of the large focus on this side. Like, everything leans over to this one area, which, don't get me wrong, leads to some really interesting battles as well, and I believe that there is a place for sort of areas like this, but you kind of want other areas of the map to be key as well, because one of the best things about a mode like this is, it's sort of an all-rounder type of mode when you're focusing on kills, and that should also incorporate an all-rounder in the sense of the actual map layout in of itself. But you have to give credit where credit's due. Ultimately, as a competitive player, you play with the line that's been given.
Yeah.
And well, we're doing a good job of holding this top button. Saying that, we're seeing Lord Victor trying to get a little bit mixy. It's only 7-4, so that gap is not huge. And Carrot Force, credit to them, have pushed up onto this motorway.
They've done it.
And just like that, only Forbidden left. They may have won themselves this key position, as you see Tommy trying, scrambling to get back to help his team. It's looking like we're going to have to give up that motorway here, as you have a forward push from Carrot Force that's looking really strong.
I was going to say that this is one hell of a tide turner right now for Carrot Force, if they can keep this one in good standings. But the question is, on the flip side of that, is if you're red with a kill up, do you even engage? Do you just play out this timer?
Honestly, it's
that might be something they can do. Yeah, and I mean, they're kind of just building up their boost for later on. And for another, not really exposing their bodies all that much beyond anything. I mean, these hills are just covering their bodies as much as they need them to. And at what point did Carrot Force realize that they're the ones who need to make the next move?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it would be a very bold strategy to employ, but it would push Carrot Force off that position, and that's where I wonder then how the spawns would work. Like, would they have to anchor someone back in on that motorway to make sure they don't lose it? And if Weld can pick up snipes like we just seen there against Colby, that'll just constantly keep them in a little bit of a lead. Yeah, Carrot Force are going to have to realize quickly that even though they have that key position, they're not in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, I kind of like this now, and it's honestly something I didn't think about all that much. This is where it gets a little bit more nuanced than maybe I had realized, because these fights are going to have to come in pretty heavily in this area of the map to where once they do commit to jumping off of that bridge and engaging Weld, they're going to have to go all in on that. There's not going to be an escape back to the bridge following a kill or two. There are going to be other players hot onto their heels, whether it be to take that space for themselves or to take the kills back, then the space. One or the other or both are going to be a big way in to where now it's just a war of the jump shots to where, you know, well, they're just going to have to hope to hit a little bit of a blinder at a distance like that. And that's never going to be easy, but that's not really what they're worried about. They don't need that kill. It's the blinder that Carrot Force would have to hit on an angle that they have to create for themselves to where you can see them perfectly repositioning around this hill. But here comes Nebulite down in through the ramp and back up to the team as they've all gotten all their boosts back up. I think they're about to make their move. It looks like that they recuperated in order to do it, but Nebulite does catch Tomek right on the corner, and that's when they'll jump. That's when they'll engage. They get the one player removed from the rest of the herd, and now the Lions have packed themselves down.
Yeah, great idea to push after getting the pick, but how fucking done it make it work? And it looks like it's worked immaculately well as they have cleaned them out. Do they rotate back for the motorway now is the big question, though. You can see those spawns being up towards the motorway for Weld, who are going to straight away try and reposition, but this is where it's going to get pretty easy. Victor looks like he had the reads. He's picked up one. He's going to try and get the second here against Tom Q, but it doesn't work. And managing to stay alive there, I believe it's a 2v2 up now towards this bridge area as it is, I believe, maybe like just holding that top now, but well, sitting underneath, maybe going to get that control. This map has just been blown wide open.
Forbidden needs to get up there. He needs to be able to support. There's damage already being dealt. It's Enjo who's gotten to put it out, but not in the terms of being able to find the kill. Not yet. He will eventually be found despite his output. His teammates are still out in there with help to grab it. Tomek's got to get to it. Can't. Nebulite from a distance, continuing to put shots down range, and it is going to be the damage inflicted to where none of them can arrive to a pair at a time. A nice shot and attempt from the bazooka, but flooding from the top of the streets down and raining upon them is the absolute hellstorm of Carrot Force, where Weld now are pushed into once again needing to find themselves a lead back in terms of kills, but now without positioning, without the numbers advantage, and with 3 kills to the gap to which was once 2 at a helm.
Well, dare I say, we may have just seen the map-winning moment there from Carrot Force, who, you have to say, they certainly took their time with that move, but as soon as they got that first kill, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they executed it to perfection, and that retake up here in the motorway was not an easy one, to say the least, and they did it really well, and I think Weld are actually going to have to employ the same strategy. They've picked up a snipe, but they're not moving forward. The only way that they're going to get a break here is if they get that man advantage before moving forward on that push, unless they want to rely potentially on getting those snipes, but then they know that they're not going to be able to just hold down there all the time after what happened last time. So really difficult questions now for Weld board to try and answer. Carrot Force in the driving seat with how they've made these plays.
That's actually so crazy how this game has turned into the force. Carrot Force, funny enough. I think that was just such a... frankly, I think that might have been quite possibly the most exciting moment and probably the most intricate moment, but simple in concept. It's just so well executed. Like, that's real team play, what that looked to be right there from Carrot Force. So very interesting to see. And it'd be so very interesting to see them continue to converge on this map with 12 minutes remaining. It has not yet really been all that much more difficult for them to hold on to it, with them not really having been pressured all that much by Weld ever since gaining this control. And when they do, it's just slapped right back into their faces. And now they've got the room to where they can kind of go in for these kills and not really worry about the bridge. And I'm not too upset with that at all. I mean, when you are at like 8 kills the difference. It's definitely viable for you to just keep one player here in this area and take their fights while the rest look to encroach upon every other angle. The difference is, though, is that Nebulite is, I think, unbeknownst to him, walked into the jaws of 3 players and not just the one that he was chasing. Maybe a little bit careless, but, you know, again, with the buffer that they have available to them right now, it's everybody else ready to make the jump.
Yeah, absolutely. And now 16-24, Carrot Force. If they do take this one, it is arguably deserved, because they were put in a position where they had to make the choice, they had to make the play, and did it. They did as well. Board trying to get pushed up, and credit to them, do a way better job at it than I've seen other teams do in regards to challenging, you know, this motorway area, which maybe goes to show that it is in fact breakable if you just find yourself in the correct positions. But again, just I think they've been held in this situation too little too late, as that huge 2 just definitely makes it too late. 18-28, this one is all but over. I think we're giving a lot of credit to Wellboard for the way that they have played out this series, but I think Carrot Force, just again what we talked about previously, is that had that individual moments mixed with team moments that really make them a force to be reckoned with, I think, going forward in the rest of this game.
Should be a statement game for sure. Going into this remainder of the best of 3, though, I mean, this one closer than the first, which was a 4v3, of course. A gap of 8 is really not all that crazy. I don't think that, well, they're going to be all too upset with that. I mean, having to restart that first map following them being down a player is obviously their preferred method of going about this one would assume, right? So going into the next, I mean, showing that they have what it takes at least to be competitive with it is one thing, but Carrot Force being forced to restart that map and being forced to send themselves onto a 0-0 once again is going to be them being like, hey, look, we still beat you. We did it once when you had 3. That's cool. We did it again now that you had 4. Let's see if we add 5, if it'll make any difference.
Yeah, exactly. Look, and I think, you know, that game 1, it was close, but they looked the stronger team. Game number 2, obviously it is the game 1 because of the reset. It was the same story. So I don't know what they would look to achieve here. Well, again, maybe it is just a case of now they try and go on to a different map and they hope that it suits them more. But initially it looked like that map was suiting well. The way that it was playing out was working in their favor. But then just as we'll say, it'll be one of the things I think highlighted from this entire cup was that snipe and push play from the side of Carrot Force, just really showing how to kind of control that area up atop of motorway, even when you're a player down, or you're down in the score line, should I say. It was to perfection. They pushed off. They came back for the retake of motorway, but not in a way that was reckless, right? They didn't go get that push, recognize the spawn was now behind them, and then just chase those kills sort of incessantly. They still made sure to rotate back the right way, push from the key positions, pinch in, and you had Victor again going around with the rocket launcher on that skateboard, just causing carnage, which is again a testament to a team performance and how everyone was making the opposition weak for each other to get those finishes. And it ended up being a little bit of chaos there on that map, and on a map as well where, you know, you'd said as well at the beginning wasn't your favorite because of maybe the pacing issues and the overpoweredness issues of that top motorway. But I think we just seen a case of where it can get mixy if the stars align with it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of got a little bit of a taste of what it really can be like when things go in a different way, I guess, than what you're anticipating it to be, where my mind was set on the fact that that bridge was the end-all be-all of the game. I was failing to realize the fact that I guess that there are ways in which things get interesting, and I think it's actually really funny that as soon as I make mention of that, it's turned onto its head. It's quite literally the only, not the only way, but the probably the most important and impressive way to turn that around is just to play the game in terms of the numbers that you have, in terms of your kills, in terms of the advantage that you have outside of just positioning, right? I mean, it's their move to make, so to speak, I guess, when things aren't going their way in terms of the frag count, and they very patiently just sit behind the hill and await the arrival of their encroachers. And I guess when you make it work like that, like I thought, to be frank, it was almost 100% sure thing that hiding play was the one that was going to work. I thought that they were going to have that one well set. all of a sudden you see a sniping kill go over the top side. I'm like, okay, well, they still have one more kill difference. They can keep playing this position. And what I didn't realize is that respawn is going to take them a second. There's no better time than any and then to jump right down onto them. They ambush the rest of them. It's an absolutely perfect play in a moment where if we can see that recreated on a multitude of different maps, there's some serious tactical depth that can be seen.
Yeah, I mean, the tactical depth it's exactly what we wanted to see, right? And, you know, leave it up to the professionals, really, is what I say, to kind of be able to prove us wrong in situations where we think a map has to play one way and then all of a sudden it doesn't. Because I was in complete agreement with you. I thought the play was set. I thought just holding, peeking from those hills was going to be the way to go. I thought we were going to see that clock start to get run down. I thought we were going to start seeing Card Force get overzealous and get picked trying to push down to those positions. But the way that they pushed in as a unit was just really something to behold.
Yeah, it's frankly something of a delight in stark contrast to how things began, to where it really wasn't a whole lot to be digested. There wasn't a whole lot that we could pull and pick apart to be able to say that, okay, well, this is going on for this reason, this is going on for that reason, this is the logical next step in progression for them either to come back or to continue their lead. But now things are a little bit more defined. Things are a little bit easier in order for both us and for the players themselves to make that and take that next step. And this is, you know, here comes our favorite map once again. And I guess with these two teams being the ones on it, this could be one of our best displays of what it really means to play.
Yeah, 100% back on Cyber Buns, where we're already seeing UBE take pop shots with that plunger sniper, but to no avail, as both of these teams just trying to suss each other out. But
oh my,
Bush is coming in quickly here. They are as a unit. Victor, a huge kill.
He was from the top ropes, dude. He just jumped right down over him. His teammate baited him up the stairwell right into his trap. He just right above him, launches it down, pulls his gun for the next players with teammates to surround them. And the bait and switch works to perfection, not only for that first kill, but in order to keep them separated from one another for long enough for damage to be inflicted little by little and escape as possible, but not going to be easy, not without covering fire, as the sniper rifle is ready and waiting on the other end to take them down before they get close enough. A shotgun pull just as well, and what a double as well, are now immediately with the back of that right back into things.
Yeah, I mean, this map is just, we're very quickly seeing back and forth of positional sense to straight.
This is the most chaos.
It is absolute chaos. You think for a second you're going to see Weld maybe just sit up where they are now and start taking pop shots, but then all of a sudden one team's on top of the other and it's absolute carnage. And one thing to be said that's for certain, that when these teams have to kind of match each other on carnage, it's very, very even. We've never seen these teams go up against each other in a situation where when it's tit for tat, when they're right on top, when the close range weapons come out. We never see a case for a 3 or 4 man wipe. It's always traded, and you know, ultimately here we're seeing Well try and regroup a little bit towards that back end as push wasn't really successful, but Well now getting some kills of their own, and they are loving that plunger sniper here at the moment. I believe that is responsible for at least half of their kills so far.
Yeah, just about. Just about. It's the significant kills for Weld that in the early stages of this game may be the difference maker, to where before it was, I would say, a little bit easier and straightforward in game plan of where to play and how to play. This one, it's ever changing. This is where players, like Victor, I would expect to have a little bit more in terms of an effect, right? A little bit more in terms of being able to find shots without the need of support from a team around him. Ed, though, he's just been pretty middling with the shots, really just ringing true from Weld board.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked by what I'm seeing here, to be honest, from Weld board, and not because I wasn't expecting them to pick up kills, but
right,
Card Force have been a little bit sloppy. I think when they get forward, they're not hitting their shots. Like it's not happening. You know, for over 3 minutes gone, 10-4. Not a scoreline you would have expected if you had been watching Card Force for those first 2 games that we got to see him on, albeit only 1 game of those counting due to the fact we needed a replay. But, you know, again, a map where going into it, we both said we were very eager to see how these two teams would play tactically. It hasn't really been a very tactical affair. It's been very one way or the other. Every now and then there's a couple of pushes, but relying on those snipes, which they are hitting Well board at the moment, and Card Force struggling to find an answer.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only consistencies that I can make note of are the defaulting right back to the two positions we had just seen. The cross between where Tomek was shooting off his shots and Enjo right next to him, and just hoping to catch that pop shot over top, in which they've done so now more reliably than not. And then after that, after the chaos ensues where the shots are going to hit, it's the jump down and having to push forward where right back to the old grind where things are going a little bit crazy. Colby with a double, Victor with one of his own to blow, and Ube making good off of the chaos, in control now, not of the game in its entirety, but maybe in terms of positioning to have found 4 frags. They have gotten themselves a conglomerate now, grouped up on top of the position that was once held by Wellboard, and it netted them all the success they had before, but they don't want to sit there for long. They want to get the jump on them. They're just below, and I don't know if Wellboard didn't know.
Card Force doing a great job of evening up. What was a 4-11, I believe, is now a 9-12, which, even though only a couple of kills really make a difference, I suppose really completely changed the landscape of the game. 10-13 now, 5 minutes gone here, and Card Force, after what seemingly was a shaky start, maybe have found a little bit of rhythm here. But Wellboard will be looking to try and stifle that immediately, as if they get to a point where Card Force feel themselves, Wellboard will probably already be well aware of the trouble that they find themselves in. 11-13 now, that gap has been shrunken down, just a 2 back up to 3 now, but they are pushing aggressively here. Card Force trying to push back against Well, as they are taking these gunfights on in seemingly batches of 2. No one really been able to get the finishes here as of yet, but as you're seeing here in this cam, it is absolute chaos and not really favouring either team at the moment. But that being said, it is Nebulite in with huge 2, and another kill nearly coming in here. Kobe chasing it down.
Nice.
Done. And that was a massive moment for Card Force, who once again have had to rely on a moment that seemingly has gotten themselves back into this game.
Very well done. What a sweep, excuse me, is playing an entirely different tune right now for Card Force. And frankly, to be a predictor and an analyst of it, I'm with them all the way for the rest of this map, following what we had just witnessed. 2 very well coordinated team fights that go their way. 2 that look in stark contrast to the beginning of this game. So much more well put together, pardon me, than we had seen from pretty much any of the series, in my opinion. The one maneuver we had seen to take the hill in the last map, sure, but those 2 back-to-back really do just instill confidence within me, and it has to have instilled confidence within the players, because it's Nebulite as well as Victor who've been putting up the numbers, and as soon as Nebulite spots his target and receives some damage, he sends a single shot down range, in which decimates, and I don't think that you're going to be able to recover from being shaken that much. Now being split, now with Tomek in enemy territory, behind enemy lines, to where usually not the greatest place to be, with Card Force being on the opposing end, but Forbidden giving cover and calling for it to get a sniper to boot. A pair of kills from the 2.
Yeah, and it has to be said, yeah, Wellboard just controlling that distance well. When things slow down, it does seem to favour them here at the moment, but Card Force, surely at this point, well, if we recognise that, and we'll be trying to go about this differently if they set themselves up as another snipe comes in from Wellboard. That probably has hit a couple of beamers, and Card Force surely recognising at this point that they are second best to the snipes on this map. They need to go about changing what they do, because they worked really hard to pull this game back, and they're having it undone and found out rather quickly as they're being forced back into these positions where they are split. But Kobe is in a position where he could do damage as he's moving around on this flank. Not too sure if he has been spotted, as we are on board with Victor now trying to, you know, utilize that height. Has picked up, I think it was the rocket launcher he picked up, I could be mistaken, but 17-21. Card Force, after picking up that kill from Nebulite, looked like they're trying to set themselves up for another 4-man push.
Very well be. We're really entering high time for this game. Not a halfway point on the timer, but definitely in terms of the kills, where things are going to get a little bit hairy if one sniper kill goes awry, to where previously you could have maybe recovered from that sort of a kill, but now with the spawns being the way that they are and players beginning to heat up in the way that they have, Nebulite has been a stunner with that paintball gun. It needs to be noted. Time and time again, we'll see him in that feed. Eventually, something in the way of Weld to work with Victor just on the escape, and attempts to get back to the rest of the crew, to where he baits them in, to where Lord Victor can actually use a sniper rifle in medium to close range to amazing effect to pull the shotgun to a low Tomek, who looks to escape himself. It's HP, not far off. He'll grab it. Lord Victor will grab himself the closing of the distance as he overheat, Does he overwhelm? As it looks like Sismix wanted to get actually there. Sismix, maybe actually, is probably how it's pronounced. He wanted to get in there to try and help out, but ended up taking damage on his own regard. But Tubed is Oob.
Yeah, some players there on the side of Well doing a good job of playing their lives in situations that look tricky, and now Well have gotten a couple of vital kills. Players at Card Force surely realising now that they're going to be isolated from their team coming up on spawn, and they cannot afford to drop lives here at 26 to 27 position. Would be nigh on impossible for them to catch up in, but shoe on the other foot, 24 or 25. If they get those kills, they're right back into it. It really is a do or die situation now for both of these teams at the end point of this map number 2. As Card Force looking to try and seal this one up 2-0, needing to pull back a couple of kills to get this lead at the death with 10 minutes left to go. Huge snipe from Oob. Could be the part of a move now where they seemingly are all rushing as a 4-man. They want to get this wipe right here.
Yeah, they very well could once more. It's an actual, oh no, it's a self-death from Sismix. I don't know if that's going to come back to hurt them, but Nomic's able to get out of the way. If he had gone down, it might have been a difference, but still on one. Not able to find him. Maybe Forbidden can be where they remedy that and get that kill instead to make up for their shortcomings in finishing him off. Surely not allowing him to get the same escape that his teammate had a moments ago as Forbidden doesn't seem to really be wavering all that much, as everyone else is given the time to get back into it. Lord Victor, ever reliable with his explosives, but not able to get out of his way, and still the trades for Weld look like they're there. They look like they've done it, and they very well might have, as there's only a singular, and it'll be 5 from Carrot Force. But there are just too many players that are too tight-knit, and they've been too well polished and oiled in this map, as well as for a good amount of the previous, to be able to falter and fall away from a map number 3. It does look like we are going to be going the full distance onto this one. And frankly, with these two teams, I don't think that there could have been any better of a finish for a single elimination best of 3 bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well board, you know, credit to them here for doing a job on this one. They are proving Card Force can in fact bleed here, and Card Force had a vital moment to push through, but just didn't make it work enough. Too many Weld players managed to rotate out with their lives, at which point, once again, the picks became a huge part of the game where Weld were just able to extend that lead enough. And very much trying to delay the ending of this one. I mean, Tomiki's hit so many snipes, but it's Enjo there who hits a snipe at the end to finish game number 2, 25 to 30. And 1-1 apiece now in this series, where both of these teams never wanting to give up an edge. We are truly, I think, seeing the best game of the Cup so far.
Yeah, I mean, hands down. Hands down, these two teams have been delivering, and I think it was only a matter of time before you and I had kind of wondered where Victor was at, you know, before getting into this game. I think that was the player that we were kind of putting in the back of our minds for what this tournament was going to be, as somebody who put himself onto a very, very solid display for what we had witnessed in the pre-shows. But now going into it and seeing him, you know, in action live, frankly, I think that in map number 3, it's going to be him and a player that we didn't get to see, I don't believe, or at least I don't remember saying the name as nearly as much as Nebulite. I think that guy is going to need to show up just as much as he did here. Those two players, if they can have that same level of tag team performance, but a little earlier than they had on that last map, if they can, you know, stretch that across the entirety of one, or some third or fourth party hero swinging in to be able to save the day just as well and supplement their performances, then yeah, maybe they can come back into this one. But as of the last map and how it looked across the board from top to bottom, shots were being hit in these 1v1 moments more so by Weld. And I think that's the most important part to go about this one, because when it came down to me and you, meaning 1-on-1 and nobody else around, it was Weld more often than not taking advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, look, that game number 1 that we watched ended up being null and void. It was Carrot Force who were controlling that map, but at the end of the day, it was null and void. And you go on to that map number 2, you know, Carrot Force, they won it, but they had to rely on a huge moment to give themselves the chance to win it. It was Weld who had control initially. And going into that map now, again, you had moments where Carrot Force as a unit pushed in, brought things closer, and had us guessing, could we be seeing a repeat of that valid game 1? But then again, you just talk about who has kind of control throughout the game. It's Weld getting those picks. The snipers were integral. They were constantly keeping Carrot Force at bay and subdued. And it's not maybe, I mean, I could be wrong in this, but it's not necessarily like that's Weld's best quality. But what they're able to do is stop Carrot Force from utilizing their best qualities, which is the 4-man push, which they tried to do a number of times during that game. Worked initially the first time when they had to implement it again on that crucial second time. it didn't work out for them in the end up because Well played their lives. And depending on what this next map is, which we're about to see, it could really go either way. If Weld are able to control that map again, we could be seeing a shock exit here for Carrot Force.
Yeah, it's going to be something, I'll tell you that much. So we've got a lot to look forward to for this finish, I would only assume, based on previous encounters. Timer has begun. Players are on the move, and they have no time to waste. They've got no breath they would rather take from their opponents at this point in time to send themselves on to what is effectively the semifinals for this side of the bracket, but the quarterfinals effectively overall.
Yeah, and you know, already see the hype being integral on the Candy Factory here straight away, wanting to get to the roof to establish a little bit of early dominance. But while you do have that, we also do have players trying to get a little bit mixy underneath. Well, seemingly having control of the underside, and Oob kind of playing out wide. And this is what we're seeing now from some players that we didn't necessarily see in the previous games, kind of around that round 1 section, is players kind of taking their time in wide angles, trying to get into a position where they can maybe pick up the nice weapon spawns or catch enemies out. They're never, or you're rarely seeing a case of where when someone spawns up and they're rushing straight to the opposition.
Yeah.
They're being smart, they're taking their time, they're waiting for a coordinated play, and you can tell with this as well that the comms must be on point. They have an understanding of what they want to do together, and again are just realizing the importance of their lives and are just considering the positions that they move to rather than just blindly moving closer to the opposition without really any game plan in mind other than trying to win the 1v1.
Yeah, I frankly actually didn't even think about that, the communication that has to be going on between these players. Like, they have I'm assuming, you know, a call out for most every part of each of these maps, and having to learn all that and go for all that, and as well as play your own game while trying to convey the information required to win out on a gunfight is very difficult, I can only assume, in a rapid fire based game such as this. There's no time to make a missed call, no time to make a misread, and there's no time to miss a shot. This game is very, very fast paced in that regard, as we all know, with the movement being one of the biggest aspects of it. You need to get there pronto. Every second wasted is a point in time to where a repositioning or a kill can be found without trade from one team or the other. And speaking of kills without trades, more often than not in this map, at least this far in, Care Force have been that. They've been the team to find those kills with no one to go back. But as I say that, just a split second is all that it'll take to change it, because immediately turning it onto its head in that same way goes Weld as they find 3 that go unresponded to, and it's a 4th to tie it all up at 6. And it's early game, but it's as early as it'll get for some excitement, because that is the kind of play that we need for both of these teams to give us that belief that this is going to be a heater.
That was absolutely huge from Weld. They were in a position where Carrot Force were about to maybe take a little bit of dominance and then answering back with a clean swoop, and now in the lead as well. I think they've stunned Carrot Force here, who are quickly looking to try and regroup on the outskirts of the map. Meanwhile, you've Weld sitting on top of that factory building, and they're looking strong. They're split up in a nice way, controlling each level of verticality, being able to get all information, and also sending those kind of sniper picks down through as well. Weld have a good hold at the moment, but we have seen Carrot Force be able to break that 4th through plays. They're unfortunately for them going to have to rely on that again rather than the map control. But again, I think we're seeing what we've seen similarly before, where it's Weld actually in the positions kind of controlling the game, and it's Carrot Force being in the fringes trying to get pushed in and out and get the damage done, but not getting enough damage done when they do that.
Story of doing enough, which was once previously the story of doing not enough and too much. So, I'm not even talking about this game in particular. This game has been the one that has delivered just enough, I think, for both these two teams, where we're always kind of, you know, Victor, you know, our little hero, what we had assumed to be one of the best, and certainly still very much is, but outshined in this game once again by Nebulite, just by a margin, a slim one at that. More so than outshined by him, Tomac and the rest of Weld made this one a competitive series. We've made this one a 3-game affair. Very well may have just done enough to get themselves cemented into that next step, but a little too soon to say, as there is a tight game even so. Kills are being found one after another. That paint gun, Nebulite loves it. using it to great effect now, looking to find himself towards the top side of the servers board. Not only his teams, with Tomek having done just so much for his crew, I feel like, in this series as it is. And now a little bit of a slower pace that you had mentioned before, to where everybody want to make sure that they've got all the fixings before going in for their sweep. And you can see that it's the street side that Weld make their way up.
Yeah, I mean, Tomek gets 6 and 1. I mean, what fantastic numbers to be pulling out in a game 3 when your side absolutely needs you to come through, because Card Force are a force to be reckoned with for sure as a team. We absolutely know that. But they are just they are holding their own here, Weld. And again, that's not to talk poorly of Weld in that they were not favorites coming into this. Again, we don't know the team that well going in, and it's obviously still a very new game. But it's those pressure moments, right? Because at the end of the day, you can play against any opposition and you can have a shocker map 1 on being good or bad. But it's those positions about, you know, where it's the pressure's on, it's game 3, and it's up to you to do something for your team. And you have Tomek that's doing that. But in saying that, Card Force, after getting a nice wave of kills, Nebulite not too far behind, in fact on ahead now on the kills, as Card Force, as they seemingly have done in every game they've played so far, having that window of a minute or two where they have the momentum and they're picking up the kills. Whether or not they sustain this is the big question.
Sustainability is going to be the biggest piece of that, to where Weld, it probably felt like they were in maybe not the driver's seat, but definitely in a game of momentum. They were the ones who were walking out and away with it from. But speaking of momentum, Nebulite not stopping on his way towards the top, stalling out Tomek, and not only that, putting a halt to a lot of the players on that team, where at the point where they're tied at the top side of the board on red, and the rest of blue are going to need to join Nebulite in his attempts, because while the gap has, you know, at least been bridged just that little bit more, and then a lead extended, a hand offered by the sides of, say, a Lord Victor, are what's going to be needed in order to give us that best feeling. As it stands now, though, it is going to be another slow pace to where they kind of reset. They're going to find themselves right back under where their default spots have been, ready up for the next move. But it's Weld who are just below in a much more forward position than they had been previously to get that done with, to where there's no boost charge, or rather charge of boost, pardon. They're going to have to take these duels a little bit more head on with no resources to go along with some cover, but it looks more so than anything else like Weld are the ones who are trying to fall away from it, as they feel that perhaps they've bitten off more than they can chew, and they very well might have, because the shotgun of Oob looks very well placed.
Yeah, Card Force are kind of turning up now when it matters most. 20 to 24, plenty of time left on the board as well. Weld are kind of left scrambling on the outskirts, similarly to what we've seen of Card Force towards the first half of this game 3. And Nebulite then with another snipe, they have taken control of the verticality of this map, and the kills are there to show for it. They're behind now, ahead by 5. Another kill or two makes it a virtually insurmountable lead for Weld board to be able to claw back as one more comes in there. And Weld, credit to them, they've put up such a good fight here, but again, all that matters is that end scoreline, and unless they get a clean goal wipe right now, it is all but over. Desperately trying to stay alive, but Nebulite again with that paintball gun, utilizing the height, picking up that kill on 11 now for a side. 11 out of the 27 coming from him. A star performance when it mattered most. Weld again getting, you know, 1 or 2 back and trying to make things interesting, but you just get to a point where 1 or 2 isn't enough. It needs to be a couple more, and now as they're back on top, you know, Card Force recognizing they can just play for the picks now rather than needing to chase down and potentially sacrifice those lives. This is where those trades come into effect, which we've talked about before being so important, that ability to be able to play off each other. At least if you die, that your teammates there covering for you.
Yeah, I mean, but hold on. It's certainly not game done and dusted. You know, he needs a little bit of health and finds it. Him and Forbidden.
Oh.
They find the 2v2. They win out on it. Still room to trade, but Oob needs to get out of the way after his. He drops down onto the stairs below, and he might have just gotten them the perfect move. If Oob had gone down there, it would have been a 27-29, and that is not impossible at all. This one, hard gap to close, as Sizzy Mix has just been frankly underwhelming in this map, to a point where they needed something more from him to be able to say that they could have kept this one competitive to a certain point. I mean, it just has to be some of the onus put onto the bottom fragging player. It's not like stats are always everything, but 1 and 7, when you're this close at the ends of the day, could have meant life and death in this tournament if you had just given them that little bit more. And it sucks to say that. It sucks to feel that way as the player in that seat. But it also has to be a little bit difficult to be well bored and have gotten that close to fall into Carrot Force in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give a lot of credit to Oob there towards the end, who got that kill and got out with his life to make it 29, whereas you said,
oh,
if
yeah,
you had gotten in and didn't even get that kill, then it's, what, 27 to 28, at which point truly is anybody's game. But, I mean, a massive moment for Carrot Force. Congratulations to them. I mean, the most massive amount of commiserations to Well Bored, who, I mean, dare I say it, if you're to talk about, I mean, who deserves games in terms of how they maybe control it, there's an argument to be made that that series was wells to be had and could have gone any which way. I mean, what a great game to watch. I truly think it'll be one of the best games we see in the Cup. I very much could be proven wrong depending on the level of opposition we see as we go on in this broadcast, but that truly was one to behold.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not it will be more to see from the side of Carrot Force in our quarterfinals, or our semifinals on this side of the bracket, whichever way you want to cut it, in just a bit.
Looking around, oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. Sit tight, something's coming.
I was just looking around, oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. And all my dreams came true. And now we're looking around. To the preacher we are bound. 'Cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon.
Tight. Something's coming. Intermission time. Cue that elevator music. No, I mean it. Cue the elevator music. I want to feel like I'm in an elevator during intermission. Do 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 do. Game back on. Go kill. Intermission time.
Well,
no,
Oh, you know after you. No,
after you.
No, I mean, I was just gonna say that it has been a little bit more of an extended break. It's not quite the intermission between the European and the American side of things, as that will be a little bit later. Instead, we continue onwards with the European and Asian side of things as we have our semifinals of this side of the bracket. Again, I have to clarify that it is the quarterfinals overall. It is the way of 8 teams left in regards to the other 4 that are yet to be determined. But right now, we've already seen a majority of the ones we're about to get witness of. And one of those teams is the GOATs. They're going to be taking on Farcana for our next game, Zep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to getting into this one. We did see the GOATs before. They play immaculately well together, and getting to see them up against an opposition like Farcana. You know, you're getting to this point where, you know, if you've gotten this far in the competition, you're no slouch. You can clearly play against any opposition, and I'll just be really interested to see how they actually face up against each other. You know, are they beginning to feel the pressure yet? I mean, if you're a player in this scenario, you've gotten through the first couple of rounds, does that pressure start to hit, or are you on that wave of confidence, right? Because it is always a wave, right? You're feeling confident for a while, you're hyped, you have that adrenaline of progressing through a couple of rounds, then the nerves set in, the reality sets in of, we're actually getting to the end zone here, we're getting closer to that kind of all or nothing territory. You start thinking of the money prize that's involved. We all love money. True. And you start to, all the external elements that, you know, will take away focus from what is primarily right in front of you, the game at hand, they can start to creep in. But then they can also act as motivators. That idea of pressure makes diamonds, it doesn't come from nowhere. I mean, we did see that in our previous series. You know, you had Carrot Force who were very much, I think, feeling the pressure from their opposition at that point, and then managed to clutch up in a key scenario, which is what makes them such a good team. So we're going to see maybe in this game now potentially see just some scenarios of the pressure beginning to kick in. But again, we're all guessing. It's a case of waiting and seeing. And we see in this first player screen here, Shadowburn on the skateboard.
That's actually one hell of a name. I mess with Shadowburn. That's pretty cool. But looking down the team that is on the other side, this is a team that you and I have already laid witness to. The GOATs we've seen play time and time again, where I think our player was Piggy at the time. I believe that may be the player once again, though, taking a look at it with the weapon that I will not yet spoil, because Shadowburn is the point of discussion as somebody who we've not yet gotten the chance to actually witness and on the skateboard looking to traverse these maps and show just why that is one of their most handy tools, as they've made it this far into the tournament for a good reason with it.
Yeah, and on board now with Piggy, where you do see that trusty weapon, the paintball gun, spraying and praying up against the wall there with lovely accuracy, bouncing up and down. And yeah, I mean, he would, I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly, and do forgive us, folks, you know, as casters, you cover enough games, your eyes may glaze over in the moment, but if I do remember correctly, Piggy was one of those standout players for the side of the GOAT, so it'll be really interesting to see how they play. And I don't even believe we've seen this map yet feature on broadcast. I think this may be the first time that we've seen this one, and this is one that we got to work together on, I believe, in our first tester, when, you know, getting a look at the game and seeing what it brings, and it was a really, really fun map, so I can't wait to see what these teams manage to bring.
Yeah, frankly, I remember the GOATs being a pretty well-rounded team, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was definitely a driving force of it. Definitely everyone putting in their work to where they needed to most, and already kicking things off with a 1-for-3. It's that initial head-to-head clash for map control that does go in the favor of Farcana. There is no room really for them not to just run it down into one another in the opening stages on a map like this, in my opinion. The distance can only be played so much. Maybe if it was like, I don't know, a 4 versus 4 and the sniper plungers to start things out with. But that's a little bit of a brazen decision to make that you also have to grab the gun for in the first place. So seeing as they do get up close and personal with these weapons, the explosive grenades are in their arsenal, as well as the bazookas. The Piggy low atop the roof can only deal so much damage before being repellent. What a start from Farcana.
Yeah, Farcana having a really good start, just absolutely rinsing the opposition here, and you know, maneuvering around the map well as well, it has to be said, you know, and what we've seen when we originally got to cover this map ourselves was a very much a stalemate affair between the two most vertical areas of the map. What we're seeing here is almost kind of a rotational play way, where Farcana now on that sort of bottom left, if you're to go from that back perspective, and just slowly moving up around the left, it seemed, to try and pick up those kills. But they have retreated back now, and it seems to be kind of an ebbing and flowing they're having as a unit, where that half of the map they're on, they're just making sure to link up to whatever side the danger is coming from, get the kills, and then retreat to that base position, right? And I do think from where the goats ourselves at the moment, we have seen that position as well be a base position up around that burger area. So I think it is one of those maps that kind of rewards that flow, but Treason with a nice snipe, getting that kill there to at least get one back. The goats now 11-3. They have not been able to pick up the kills here. Shadowburn trying to get a little bit aggressive. We'll see if the aggression gets punished here as Piggy going for the kill. Shadowburn doing a great job of playing around with his life, but ultimately getting taken out by Loser with that paintball gun. And maybe Farcana now might be slightly more hesitant before getting pushed up in future, realizing that the true strength that they have in this game so far, what's given them that lead, is the defensive play on this side of the map.
Yeah, definitely having to lock down and lock in arms with one another. And that, okay, this is something that I was talking about when we were doing our testing. There is an out of bounds, and you can only stand in it for such a period of time. But the thing about it is you can definitely use it to your advantage in some positions. Obviously, boxed in that regard, but making a little bit of a flank, trying to get out of dodge, definitely makes you a more difficult target to land on. And I think that that's something that I just never really got to actually see tested once again. And I haven't really seen anybody do much with it, but it is a possibility. So that's something I want to keep in mind of, just in case it ever comes back. As we do go into the actual gameplay, though, as it was in standard, it is going to be the fight from Piggy, able to make his way through the building and out through the other end. The Rockets, he's dodged them in true Matrix style. What a way to live for a long enough time, but not for long enough for anybody to get there to help. It just catches him at the doorway as one is fired through. And what another little bit of positioning this time from the blue side, though. And Shadowburn accidentally blowing themselves to smithereens, again, does not give them a kill.
Yeah, and the goats just cannot get on the board here. Again, you have Piggy trying to make something happen, getting round in this flank. But the problem is that Farcana are so rigid in their setup because they've had so little damage done to them that any singular push just means that they instantly have a team spinning on them and getting the kill rather quickly. The goats, if they want to break through this one, they have to rely on getting a pick with that snipe and then sort of plugging the hole themselves by getting rushed up quickly. Similarly to what we seen Carrot Force do earlier in the day, actually, when they got that snipe and rush play off of the top of the motorway on the central perk map. You want to see a situation to where they do the damage from distance first before they try and close the gap, because that setup from Farcana is just too rigid and too well regimented to be able to get sort of a single push-up 1v4 scenario going.
Yeah, I think this is one of the most, probably one of the most tactically laid out maps we have in the pool, I would say, personally. I think that it is complex enough to the point where there's a lot that you can do. But not too complex to the point where you gotta get lost in the sauce, right? Where like you get too chaotic, where there's not really enough room where you can keep control of your players. This is a good balance between the two. I think that as far as balanced maps go, I would rephrase, tactically speaking, this is probably as close as we'll get to that. A nice elevation change. It's not too steep, not too shallow, but also allows for you to take that range and elevation advantage whilst being capable of getting quickly up close and personal if you need to, with traversal being minimal between the trees and on the roads. Quite literally a cul-de-sac in which is worth going through to try and get what's done.
You know, what's interesting though, looking at the goats, that they seem like a team that, you know, has good movement, relies on their movement well, yet considering they're playing on a map where you would utilize your movement in order to kind of get through the gaps of Farcana, they've had very little success doing so. And Farcana have had a really easy job of being able to play the distance. The goats haven't been able to bridge that gap, which, considering it's a map where you think, at least in these sides, as we're seeing right here, there is a way to weave around.
I think the goats aren't even trying to. That's so weird.
It's weird. They can't get a push going. They seemingly just can't find that gap to kind of take full advantage of what they want to do against the opposition.
They're really relying on the fact that somebody on the top of that, I don't know what you want to call it, a sniper's ledge, I guess, so to speak. What is that called on a pirate ship? thing on the top. You know what I'm talking about? Where they like say
the
like
top thing.
They're like land ho, you know what I mean? Like that area. That's like basically what that reminds me of with the little telescope that's there. But even still, I think that's just they're relying a little bit too much on that area right now to where when you're this far down in terms of kills, Zep, I feel like you kind of got to get a little bit of a coordinated effort going in order to get up close and personal. These are the kinds of moments where the team fights that we had seen in our last best of 3 are what changed the tide of the game, right? As for 4 players being, 4 fingers of one disfigured animal rabbit fist, because I'm pretty sure that's how many fingers they have, but even still, being that is going to be important to them to be able to drag back what is now a doubly so disadvantaged kill count. Even getting advantage in this fight needed to come out on top of that, needed to get traded at the very least, and Mauser instead dips out of dodge and allows Shadowburn more room to move.
I do wonder, because just after seeing that moment, are we just seeing a bit of a skill gap? I mean, because look at him go, Shadowburn. That is, dude, that is perfection. He is a movement demon. No wonder why we were seeing him on the skateboard in the pregame.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a little bit like a me smiling moment just watching it.
Yeah, really good, and the way we pick up these kills as well as he chases down. He is on 14, seemingly about to be 15 and 5. I think this could be one of the best individual performances we have seen all evening, folks, as Shadowburn making light work of the opposition. We saw them dominate the distance for so long, but proving they can do it up close as well.
Oh my god!
Finishing blow, and dare I say we might have another 2-0 in our hands, because Farcana just seemingly outslaying in every aspect of the game there. A completely dominant performance, but Piggy XD dying 14 times, clearly just trying something that wasn't working there in that scenario. And you know, when you're in a game where, as you said towards the end, why not get pushed a little more forward, try and figure out something that'll work to go into game 2, because they knew early on, like about halfway through, that game 1 was virtually done. Why not switch it up to try and find a strategy that'll work for the remainder of the series? But whatever Piggy was doing, it really wasn't working, because 14 deaths is, I think, inexcusable in any scenario, because those deaths should at least be split up more between the team.
Treason didn't die once. They lost that map, and Treason went 7-0. Eight deaths and 14 deaths. And that's real. That's not a bug. That's real. He was playing from that sniper's perch I was talking about, and that's like kind of, in addition to what you were saying, equally as unacceptable to me, is that there was no wavering from that game plan despite them being as far down as they were, to the point where Treason had sat in the same place for the entirety of the map to get 7 kills, die 0 times, but lose that like far a distance. I don't really know. I think that's something they're going to need to shake off going into next map as a mentality. I think they're going to need to be willing to bend, at the will of whatever the game plan may be when things are desperate and dire, because being desperate and desperate times are 2 different things, right? I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures, of course, but there's a difference between being desperate and making bad and hasty decisions and then making ones because you kind of need to, at the point to where what you're doing just quite not working. It's unfortunate, I think, at the end of the day, that the individualism in terms of the shots coming through from Treason were hitting. 7 kills is a pretty decent way to end out a game, assuming it was a win or a loss. But when you contextualize it all around, it's not a great look as a unit.
No, it's not a great look at all. It clearly shows not maybe a straying from the game plan as a unit, but sticking to a game plan where he's doing the work from the sniper's perch. Piggy's getting in and around, and then you're not straying from that, and it's causing issues. Like, for one, like, there's 2 other alternatives you could have gone from that direction at any point. You could have decided, hey, why don't we all play deep and see if we can drag the opposition to us? If everyone played their life like Treason did, maybe it changes the landscape of that game. Or if everyone gets as aggressive as Piggy, and you have a 1-3 type of scenario of a push where you purely have Treason sniping and then 3 people pushing up, the sniper catching any outliers that the 3 pushing up may cause by pushing them off their key positions. But the way that they were playing was just very much 2 kind of in the middle, trying to get a little bit mixy to the left and right of the map. Piggy being the one that kind of gets through the gap, trying to get around the flank and get the finishing blow, and then Treason trying to get the picks. And yeah, that was sussed out early and dealt with. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do think that the opposition could be just a level above in this instance, as we've seen some really, really great individual moments in that game. But even beyond that, in a game, even if it was a little closer, there's a huge tactical error there in terms of being able to adjust to the game itself that needs fixed going into game 2.
Yeah, hope for the turnaround, hope for the same level of competition that we had seen in the last round even, like that was a round before this. This is the point where we were expecting this to be, the best of the best and no contest, but it just didn't really quite meet the expectations that it had in the first map. Obviously, though, there was more room to come. The GOAT's a team that we were following that didn't look like they were blowing teams out of the water that they were beating by any measure. I think that they were playing well, but it began maybe that way with a first round win, but everything other than that was pretty much by standard. Here, this is I guess I'm foreshadowing. I think it was their game that we had talked about and casted through last, where we had said once they do meet that next level without that much in terms of like loss, it's the sink or swim time. It's whether or not you can acclimate yourself to that next level that the team ahead of you may be putting up against you. That's either equal, if not higher than.
Yeah, absolutely. And now going into this game 2, they are on the back foot. Plenty of time to pull it back. You'd think if that game 1, if anything, would be a wake-up call, but straight away starting off with losing one Joe ETH in with a quick kill. And Farcana, I have a sneaking suspicion we're looking at a team here who maybe will be vying for that finals position, because I mean the way that they are playing, I'm hesitant to say it, but I'm not even sure if they've broken a sweat here, to be honest. I've not seen them really been put in any sort of discomfort zone, which, could be a positive for the GOATs, because if they find an opportunity to put them into their discomfort zone, are they going to sink or swim? How do they adjust to that pressure? Because they've so far been able to play exactly how they've wanted to play, but I do just have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be okay here with the GOATs. You're arguing they're controlling the verticality, but you could look at it from the other perspective and say maybe they're already pinned in and having very little map control here as they're desperately just trying to get a pick.
I mean, I'll say one thing. It's very much so a weird one for Farcana to try and break through at this point. It looks like, in regards to how they're going to force them out from that rooftop. They don't seem to be wavering in the slightest. The GOATs kind of just standing tall and hoping that where they can play from and maybe just whittle out some kills here and there, but it's just been pop shots more than anything else. I don't want to say it's fear, because I don't think that's the case, but yeah, more so just kind of holding on to what they hope to be everything. In regards to map control, it hasn't netted them nothing. In the same regard, though, Farcana not really able to make the best of their spots. The shots at this distance are not going to be easy without the sniper rifle. They'll connect, definitely, but nothing short of a miracle for them to be able to laser beam them before they can get out of the way. Even then, see them firing out now bazooka shots deeper they go, that they may catch somebody off on a timing peak on an angle that it just happens to land, but I don't see that to be the case anytime soon.
Well, I mean, you could argue from this position that the GOATs are actually trying to change up the gameplay, rightly so, in playing that slow, but as you've seen the snipes come in there, it's
no way!
Oh, if he hit that. If he had hit that.
That would have been a clip from his, you know what I mean?
Oh, exactly. I'm trying to take out trees in there as well. God, Shadow really is just some player the way that he's playing. He's maneuvering around the map with such a level of confidence.
I mean, rightfully so. He's put it on display. He's shown that he's got the moves. He's shown that when it comes to getting to point A to point B, he's got that. Now, down pat, under lock and key is spacing that they have on this side of the map, not only middle, but the deeper ends across where the GOATs primarily reside, and even flushing out the E was close to, I believe it had to have been the bazooka there, as Shadowburn once again continues his way forwards, as it's not a high-scoring game yet, but 3 of the 4 kills in his name.
Yeah, the pace of this game has slowed rightly down, which, again, I will go back to crediting the GOATs for, because I think they absolutely had to do that. But again, what I'm seeing here is Piggy trying to get moved up the map, and whether or not that will work, because it was very unsuccessful last time around. Looks like he's been a little more clever at trying to maybe bait Shadowburn into a 2-1. But Shadowburn, that will phase in. He picks up 1. Credit where credit's due. The trade came in, but that is 2 more kills towards Farcana, make that 3. A 3-1 that now makes it 8-3 on the score. And seemingly just any time that the GOATs try and give it in, Farcana takes a mile with it. As soon as they come out of that shape and they try to do something that gives themselves a little bit of an advantage, Farcana, they just tear them to pieces. Even if they're not necessarily getting control of that position, they're just doing enough damage to where it's always a 2-for-1, and they're just extending that lead slowly but surely.
Good old twofer. Yes, this is a little bit of the changing, I think, from the GOATS game plan that we were talking about, and some of these players getting a little bit more aggressive now, possibly before. Mauser being one of them. It's just a matter of distance between he and his teammates is the problem now, as actually successfully splitting up the Farcana players, I would say, and even narrowly missing that sniper shot, which would have incentivized them to just drop everything to get into the action up close and personal in any regard that they could to make it work, but that not having been the case. 5 minutes off the clock, only 12 knockouts having transpired. That's a rarity, I think, for you and I. I mean, typically it's a higher scoring game in the very beginning stages to where at least we know if one team stands over the other to a point where the game may have been at least halfway decided. Now, only about a third of the way through, it will be a flurry of shots being put down between these two buildings, in which it will be the GOATS to come out on top of only a singular, but Disco may have the drop on them. The season is already relatively low, and Mauser the same. Disco will finish him, but now needing to locate the last, who is on his escape. Will he be able to with health grab? It's a wide open street to another Carrot, and on the skateboard he's gotten away, but at what cost? His teammates' lives.
Yeah, 5-12 now, and the GOATS, it's just not working. And you Shadowburn trying to get in here, cause more damage, chasing one player whose health is at a minimal. He's getting paid to try and stay alive, and credit where credit is due. That was great play from the GOATS to sort of isolate Shadow and pick up that kill. They're going to have to do way more than that if they want to come back into this one, but again, you're taking the little victories, highlighting key moments as a team where you can improve, and so far when they have to defend an area, the way they play to defend each other, it works very well. They use that verticality, they'll rotate around the corner, play that sort of bait and switch position, but they need to get team wipes on their hands, but so far they haven't really been able to execute at all in this series.
Yeah, that is, I mean, I'm trying to that isn't Call of Duty, because I think that's probably as close as it would get when you wipe all 5 or rather 4 players here. Maybe Overwatch, I guess. That's a pretty good comparison, actually, now that I think about it. When you get those fights going, that's the kind of thing that resets quite considerably the potential of a game, whether or not you're close or you're far, right? Like, your mentality gets a little bit better. You feel like you've got some room to breathe, literally and figuratively, according to whatever the scoreline may be, as well as space with respawns not yet put through. And still, half the scoreline of their opponents. This game isn't done, but they're going to need to really manufacture a moment like that to give them that level of confidence to boost themselves back up and into this matchup. As it stands, it's Disco again, who's starting to get a little bit more active into this game, where Shadowburn had been the one and has been the one who's getting a little bit of support now. It's on map 2, not map 1. They've already got themselves up.
Yeah, and I worry that it's already a position of too little too late now if the GOATS pull anything back, because even if the GOATS maybe get like a 2 or 3 down, if they're made weak, Farcana come in with a mini clear, get a 2 or 3 of their own, and at that point you're saying that maybe like a 12 to 22, whatever it may be, and that is kind of reaching the point of an insurmountable lead. Arguably is there already, but you just kind of, you play the laws of averages now, you play kind of a mathematical game when chasing the kills as Farcana. You should not get away with it anyway, and to be fair, it's looking like they won't even need to play that game. They can just straight up go in for the kills as they pick up 2, trying to make it 3, or I believe maybe even 4, maybe I'm miscounting there, but Mauser the last kind of up now, the remnants of that previous spawn, now 9 to 22. We talked about even like a 12 to 22 just there being virtually impossible. It's looking like I just seen there, just for a split second before we switched from him, a player on the side of Farcana who's sitting in the garage but on a little ledge above the door, so dare I say there's potentially some hiding spots where we can get some information on this map if needs be.
It's still going to be a really nice new name for you and I now to really get familiarized with, I will say, in Shadowburn for one and for Farcana as another. I hope that you do agree, because, you know, we're slowly, you know, building a repertoire with these names to be able to know what we're talking about to a certain extent. And I would say that we're getting a pretty good grasp for some of these players and how they like to move around the map. And while unfortunately this can provide everybody is a single elimination best of 3 flat bracket, it's everyone who loses in the best of 3 as it stands is unfortunately gone. And while you and I did get a good feeling for the GOATS to a certain extent, it's they who didn't get the greatest of feeling about themselves to be able to close out this game here, and it will be Farcana moving forwards as we do the same.
Yeah, I mean, look, massive congratulations to Farcana, commiserations to the GOATs. One thing that can be said, and is something for the GOATs to take into account, I believe they're just after playing against a team who will genuinely be considering themselves for that grand finals, or at least the finals of the European side of this bracket. We've seen a top 4, top 5 team at this game for sure, unless the North American side of things offers a completely different level of competition we haven't even seen yet. I think we have seen one of the top teams in this game put on an absolute cracker of a game, and the GOATs can take that little bit of just consideration of the fact that they may have just lost that to one of the best out there.
Yeah, and I mean, this is completely given over to our production team. This is information handed down that Shadowburn is actually an ex-Overwatch League player. Also back in Team Fortress 2, he had a pretty decent run as a player just as well. So, I mean, we were funny enough talking about a game where team wiping is very important. I'd say Team Fortress 2, when it was competitively viable, was in the same boot. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Really cool indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a really quick intermission as we get ready for the next game. Make sure not to go anywhere because it's going to be a cracker.
Look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along, I met you, and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon.
Tight. Something's coming.
I was just looking around, oh, but look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. And all my dreams came true. And now we're looking around. To the preacher we are bound. 'Cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web3 game can never be as good as a Web2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon.
Tight. Something's coming. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the broadcast. My Pet Hooligan, the Communities Cup, continuing to heat up as we have a game that is coming up now for you that I am so stoked. We were wondering what the game was going to be, just got it confirmed through the message. We probably should have known already, but as casters, we tend to be a little bit dense. But I'm maybe just speaking for myself there. I'm not going to put why not in that bracket as well. But we have got Farcana, who we have just seen absolutely decimate their opposition, and it's been a while since we've seen a game like that, which is a testament to their level. They're going to be facing up against Carrot Force, a team who were looking very strong, had to play against some very good opposition, but ultimately just had the nerve to get through. And I just think this is going to be the game of the tournament without a shadow of a doubt. And speaking of Shadow Bird.
Yeah, I was going to say, literally that. I mean, you don't got to twist my arm to see these two teams. As far as a satisfying conclusion to what we've been building up to for the side of the European Asian bracket of this My Pet Hooligan tournament, it's been these guys all the way. Through and through, they've provided us with the best looking games, with the best looking gameplay, and quite possibly the best looking individuals. Colby, the player right now that we're going to be taking a look at on the side of Carrot Force, the victor of the last tournament for My Pet Hooligan ran, as it was the solos and not the teams that he had run it through. But now, with players by his side that have proven to be more than formidable enough inside of the server, we're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to join him and take another title.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you take into account we had a player like Lord Victor who we had seen before and we know was thought very highly of in terms of being a strong player. You have Colby, who, as said, won that last tournament. You have a team of pretty well-known and strong players on the side of Carrot Force, but also on Farcana. I've seen the name Disco Estate around before. Then, of course, you have Shadowburn as well. Such a strong player, a true professional, to say the least. We're really getting to that point now in the tournament where the EU side, at least, we're seeing the highest of the high levels when it comes to these players, and it's going to make for a super fascinating game to watch in terms of how they play these maps and how the pros learn to play around these areas, and what a map for as well, considering the verticality in that no man's land area, as you have coined before. This is one of those maps where getting control of areas is equally as important as the kills.
Oh, we're live, we're in it. Oh man, this gives me a little bit of the jitters on it, truthfully, in comparison to all the rest. This is the coup de grace, and this is what we're closing with, and let it be. We're getting some action right now on the rooftop. They're not snipers, they're up close and personal right now, Zep. And it's looking pretty exciting in regards to the fact that we saw them first take control of the high ground, the Farcana team, leaving only one player in Shadowburn to take control of the other, in which he does, but not for much longer, as he swept off, just as quick as he got on, and we go 1 for 1. And this game is tied enough to where now we are at a stalemate.
Yeah, it is a case of Carrot Force just trying to regroup a little bit here and figure out how they want to go about the push in this one. It is Farcana with the strongest position. It's a come at me situation, and Victor says absolutely will do. Flying in with the rocket launcher to do some initial damage. No kills coming in yet. In fact, it's Shadowburn and I8 that managed to pick up 2. Now 4-2 Farcana, dealing with that push quite well. And now Shadowburn actually trying to get pushed out to maybe deal some additional damage here. We've seen how good he is on that skateboard. He has been spotted though, and KF recognized the damage, and he is sniped out of the air by Nebulite. What a fantastic kill. And, you know, you love to see a situation like that where you have such a strong player going on a push, you're worried about him, but then you fight right back. You answer back and say, listen, we know how strong you are, doesn't matter, we're strong too. But both teams have already shown moments of brilliance here, but so far for Arcana, 2 kills in the lead.
I mean, Arcana, to be frank, in terms of momentum, the team that we had seen just before this, it's the team to beat, right? Carrot Force, in terms of what we've seen, in terms of our first exposition to what means a high level of play in this game for the team. Now it all comes to a head, and it still looks like ever intense. It's not going to be like in and out class by any measure. It all really does just come down to some of these gunfights where Carrot Force were pushed to their limits in their game, where Arcana, to be honest with you, not really, but also had a lot more going for them than that. Not necessarily in terms of tactics, but I really do think that Shadowburn's movement makes a real thorn in the side for most teams to play against, for one, but also the support that's put above him downrange, allowing him to get up close and personal to take these duels, where previously, Lord Victor, that was the guy that we were pitting to be able to do the same thing for Carrot Force, hasn't showed up in full force, and that's going to be problematic, but Nebulite is here to save the day, just as he was before, but too far gone. 3 kills for him, but 5 in total. It's not enough.
Well, literally just suffering his first death right there to the hands of Lord Victor, who is 3-3 at the moment, and Farcana doing a great job of extending a lead, 14-6 now. Carrot Force looking to answer back, as they do in fact have that top position that they are battling for. Farcana fighting right back into Disco. Steve 1 trades out Colby, but then Victor is in for that trade, and the game of trade so far being won by Carrot Force, but Victor versus Shadowburn, and Victor is the victor of that situation, and now Carrot Force will be looking to get some control of this key point in the map. This could be where it swings, but just as I say that, Farcana coming in with a huge 2 kills, but Oob there with the trade, and this game has turned into absolute chaos, 17-10, but it is Farcana who are still just about winning out on these kills, as those top points have been abandoned, and now both of these teams are just scrambling on the low. Meanwhile, Victor kind of sitting at the back of the map getting ready for his next push. Carrot Force have bitten back a little bit here, but they need to do so some more if they want to slow down Farcana.
It's a little bit of a rarity, honest and truthfully, that there's nobody on those rooftops, yet also there's still not a whole lot of action going on around the map. That's not something you'll see every day, but soon enough, realizing that that isn't going to be the case, that they aren't going to be engaging them all too heavily, they will default back to trying to get into their new positions. I believe a missed movement right there from Disco in order to try and get up higher in elevation, in which he will be denied for the time, where Red still bouncing back and forth between their angles and making good use of their elevation, taking the rocket launcher and picking it up and sending shots down range as Nebulite, while his teammate up high, and Oob has actually connected with the sniper rifle. It's the rest that are somewhat scattered. Shadowburn finds his, but Peace may not be with him. And Lord Victor around the end to give him his sermon. Oh, nice nades though on the other end, where Shadowburn can no longer continue his way forward to try and trade back, but that was not in his wheelhouse, being as low as he was. But Joe with a double, I don't know from where, but it's the same shot that takes down 2, and Farcana's lead extended.
Yeah, Farcana, I think they just had the moment that won them the map. Another 2 kills coming in as well. Now 22-11, double in the lead. Carrot Force get 1 back. But you talk about crucial moments, and team-wide Farcana just got theirs there, and already being in the lead, they have left Carrot Force in a position where it needs to be perfect from here, and perfect is a type of play you're not going to have against a team as strong as Farcana.
Yeah.
So this is not looking good for if you're a Carrot Force fan.
No, definitely not. It's going to need somebody to come to life in a way that we haven't seen before. With Lord Victor having done that just that little bit, Damon mentioned, you see him and he comes to life, but midair put out of his misery. What a shotgun shot blasted into the respawn, as now 10 kills the diff, extended to 11, and this is not only the height advantage, the kill advantage, but also it has to be the mental advantage from Farcana coming into this one swinging, where Carrot Force have not witnessed anything like this at any point in this tournament as of yet, and needing, again, someone to be that savior. What more can Victor do in the way of getting into his opponent's faces when his teammates are playing the distance far back? Oob not really playing up to standards. Colby, the player, the MVP highlighted player going into this, has not yet gotten to where we need him to be, and that is going to be a major sting as they continue to suffer casualties, and Lord Victor does what he can to sustain.
I mean, I think a key difference that we can get into highlighting more so after the game is the fact that you look at the top player on the side of Carrot Force in Victor is 7-5, whereas top player for Farcana 11-2. So 2 vastly different scorelines, not just in the knockouts. Knockouts are relatively even, but the deaths are huge, right? You know, you've got I pronounced that name before. You've got the top player of the blue team who is getting kills, staying alive all the time. Whereas you have Carrot Force, when they're getting those kills, it's nearly always getting traded out. And as this map 1 comes to an end and Farcana take it 30-17, I think that's what they're going to be thinking of. You have Colby, who's not stepped up at all, and 11 deaths as well, by the way. That is horrific. Like, to the point of where if Colby had literally just been sitting and trying not to move from spawn, his team probably fares out better on the scoreline, which should never be the way that you end up playing a game like this. I mean, look, it happens. You go back to the drawing board, you get bad games, you regain in map 2. It's not the end of the world, but it's something that is kind of like a rule 1, is to make sure that doesn't happen. Even if you're not getting kills, try not to purge lives. At least be putting shots into people from a distance to be trying to help get assists for your teammates if you're not quite feeling it on the kills. And I think that is the story of this, of how that map 1 is played. It's not necessarily about the lacks of kills that Carrot Force have, because we know that they can get kills. It's simply just the amount of deaths that they're sacrificing in the chasing of those kills.
Yeah, man, I can't tell you how much energy I have going into this game, man. You could probably hear it in me, that one. That was easily some of the most intense I'd seen this get. The first double kill, I think, at least I've paid attention enough to have seen in the kill feed at the same time. Same shot, Joe, the one to have found it. And speaking of Joe, he was the Overwatch second place finish in the 2017 World Cup with Canada as the team that he was provided with. These are more facts coming through from our production just to give you guys a little bit more insight, as Oob was also a player who had dominated in a multiple different set of games. He was a professional player in Overwatch just as well. And we look at Nebulite, who had a pretty deep run in Counter-Strike, my home game, with a very high face at ELO. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a top-level competitor necessarily, but talent and individualism mechanically, fundamentally, whatever the case may be, these players have it all. But the problem is, if we talk about all these things that Carrot Force have to put forwards in the way of experience in esports, they're going to need to show it right now, because this is do or die time, my friend. Map 2, and they're down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you are seeing the case now of where we're facing the elite of the elite. They are up against each other, and you know, just because you were a professional or really good at one game doesn't mean it always translates well over to the other title. And Farcana as a team, the way that they are playing, they truly have something. I mean, the game that we had seen them in previously as well, we were kind of just watching that and thinking, oh, this team has something that is going beyond the level of gameplay that we've seen so far. And the fact that Carrot Force had to struggle so much against their opposition prior to this game, and granted, maybe they were faced up against a team who maybe would have done an equally as good of a job against Farcana, just one of those teams where the draw, it ends up being just two very evenly matched teams, and it could be any team that goes through. But Farcana are breezing through at times, whereas Carrot Force, you know, they are again just having to fight for everything that they get.
Yeah, I definitely have a good feeling about it, but I also have a good feeling about a raffle. I don't know if you guys have heard, but we do have a bit of a raffle going on here with our community streams. So Beto says it's time, so I think it's time that we get our merch pick for the pack in a raffle upcoming. We should actually. Oh, okay. This is what we're actually going to do. We're going to create a little bit of energy for you guys. I want you guys all to be ready, because this is for you in chat. I just realized this is live. We're not in a recording or anything. You guys exist, so we are going to be getting you guys your merch pack. Make sure that you are paying attention for the rest of our streams, because we will be giving our merch pack away to.
There you go, folks. Make sure to type !raffle in the chat to win the MPH merch pack. Do it quickly. It's do or die time right now. Get that in quick. We're going to be trying to spot who's put it first, and I don't know, do we potentially already have a winner of who's got it first? I mean, to be honest, we were getting the heads up. I wish I put it in first. That would have been a nice little loophole. We heard it was coming.
Can we join? That'd be
we
pretty
should.
cool. Let's make sure that everybody types !raffle, and you will be entered for a chance to win the MPH merch pack. MPH, of course, being My Pet Hooligan. Not sure if you guys have heard of it. Pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely, really cool. And whoever has come out at the top of that one, of course, we will soon see.
It's me.
It's you. Oh,
it's you and me. It's you and me both.
You did the loophole. I'm jealous.
Yep.
We should have done that. We should have done that. I wonder what's going to be in that merch pack.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
Curious. I'm very intrigued, because given the personality and the style of this game as well, I imagine the merch that these guys are going to do on top of this game is going to be absolutely sick.
I mean, surely it's got to be pretty intense. This is a pretty intense game, as it were. So, I mean, the pace has got to be set just as well. But with everyone having typed !raffle in the chat, I do believe that will be revealed soon enough who will be the victor of that. I am awaiting the announcement on when that will be. But as of right now, I guess we will just be jumping into the game soon enough again for map 2 before that, at least, again, as far as I'm aware, unless the plans will change, which they always seem to upon me. I don't know why. I think it's a me thing.
Listen, it always happens, right? But I mean, look, if we do, when we do get in, not if, when we get into this game too, we need to manifest this positive energy here. You know, it is a tough one to say what we're going to be seeing, right? Because I mean, on one hand, We have seen Carrot Force fight through adversity, and they may have the ability to pull a map 2 back and take us to a map number 3, depending on the map that it is. But
right,
going back to what we've seen from Farcana, we have only watched Farcana a couple times now, but they truly are a top team, and I think they're ones to be feared for the whole tournament.
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree, definitely. We talk about these guys as we've seen them so far, and as we've seen them progress, and kind of going along with them, we will be jumping into this game and hoping that we will be, seeing that same level. So we are going to see just in a moment who we'll be jumping into in just a moment.
I was just looking around. Oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. And all my dreams came true. And now we're looking around. To the preacher we are bound. 'Cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
Ladies and gentlemen, back again, getting ready to go into game number 2. Should be getting underway at any moment, where we'll be going straight into that match. The My Pet Hooligan Communities Cup is in its semi-final phase, and we're seeing 2 teams face off against each other now, who we've had the chance to watch throughout the tournament from time to time, been tabbing into their games, and each and every game we've watched them in, it has been a testament to the ability that they are able to bring to this title. However, it all coming to a head with both of them finally getting to face up against each other. One of the top matches of the cup for sure, and this game number 2 I'm sure won't let us down in that regard as we load in, and we'll be seeing who tries to come out on top, all with the purple health. Now, of course, we'll be switching to the main health. For those of you who don't know, you probably picked it up by now. When you do have that purple health, you are invincible off spawn just for a little bit. Who wouldn't want any spawn snipers?
Yeah.
We never like to see that.
Yeah, we like a little bit of off-spawning vulnerability out here, I think. I would wager, but so we now have, of course, the ability to witness a map that we were hyped, or at least I was hyping up to be one of the more interesting, one of the more complex and balanced in terms of strategy and the ways that you can get from point A to point B, as well as take your shots. And right now, I think a changing game plan from what we've seen last time. It was gone through Shadowburn taking things very, very personally and getting right up into the faces of his adversaries and taking Lord Victor, and also able to get out of the way for a moment's notice. Awaiting the respawn of the health, I don't think we'll be able to get it in time. And has wasted enough of it, though, to where his teammates have made good off of it, with Disco in the meanwhile having found 3 picks while he just keeps his own.
Yeah, Disco absolutely popping off. And folks, just to let everyone know who is currently watching the stream, that the raffle winner will be announced after this map. So a winner has indeed been chosen, so prick those ears up. You will see who's won after this map, after we see who's won here between Farcana and Carrot Force. Farcana already 4-1. You know, it's a little bit tentative between these teams. It's getting very very mixy, but what we also see at this level is that players are far better playing their lives, which again I think is a testament to how they utilize that skateboard. I mean, for a lot of the other games we would have seen in round 1 by this stage, when you see them get pushed up even to how Shadowburn is now, Shadowburn is in a position where even if he gets one, he'd have almost been guaranteed to be killed. Because of the level he is a player, he can get in, get through those dangerous scenarios, and more importantly, get out. Even if he doesn't get a kill, still offering great surveillance at least to figure out where people are sitting, and that's all down to the movement.
Pretty good with that movement. I would go as far as to say very good with that movement, even. Something that we have started to appreciate more and more as this tournament has gone on, and I think that that's, you know, probably a little bit of a given. One of the core aspects of the game. That was what it was marketed to us as, obviously. It was one of the things that we had to really begin to understand on a deeper level as players showed us what it really meant to be as good at movement as someone like Shadowburn. But again, I'll say that in tandem with that, it takes so much more than the ability to move around for us to be able to say that it's as good as whatever. It's the shots. It's the shots that are landing that matter all the more. It's the kills that you collect in tandem with that movement. You're not just a moving target. You're not just, you know, trying to play a run distraction. You mean a lot more to a team than that. And while that is true, he also does a very good job at playing and running distraction. As again, it's not one player, but two that are able to find a kill while he just moves back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, you really have it down on that one. You know, playing that level of distraction, baiting players out of their position, and then Farcana as a whole, especially Disco Steve, just picking off one by one. I mean, I didn't want to use this statement because I feel like it's so unfair to the level of which Card Force that we know they can play at, but this is a dominant performance by Farcana, and you know, unless we see a team on the NA side of things that are truly revolutionary in of themselves, I have a sneaking suspicion we could be looking at a champion team here, because I mean, to take an opposition like Carrot Force, and I mean, we ran you through the level of players that are on this team, so in terms of, in general, competitive ability, they're no team to be scoffed at whatsoever. In terms of just the kills, however you want to talk about the movement, the way they're trying to utilize the map, at the end of the day, it comes down to getting kills and staying alive, and when it comes down to that, Arcana are having a way with Carrot Force at the moment.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Not really yet to catch the second win right now, or Carrot Force, frankly, find themselves just that little bit outclassed. And I think this game has been a really big win for them. They're lucky to get away with hang near anything and still able to hide out, but Shadowburn catches him on his movement. Doesn't quite get the damage in. 1 second away, a split from being able to catch him between grabbing the health pack and otherwise. Now he kind of gives up on that mission as to not overextend, and that is a difference maker that a professional level player in any regard will be able to realize. He's a natural.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, one thing you have to praise as well with this Ghost Teeth is that, yeah, the way he's using that kind of wide position that he seems to be doing there on top of Carlberger, but now getting moved around, and Shadowburn meanwhile just continuing to be mixy. You know, one thing you have to say about this Ghost Teeth is, well, 6 assists as well on top of the 5 kills, make that 7, meaning if you combine 5, or actually, has it gone back to 6? It has, so 11 out of the 17 coming. Oh no, it's Shadowburn that went on top there. I got so confused for a second, folks. Apologies, but it showed Shadowburn, Disco's team playing very close together in terms of those knockouts, combining for a lot of assists, which is, you know, testament to the teamwork that we see from this team, where they're always helping each other out with the kills, which is why everything is so even across the board, from the knockouts to the deaths and to the assists. But 19-5, and with the level of opposition that we're seeing, it feels like a weird juxtaposition that we're seeing one of the most dominant scorelines that we have seen since round 1. Such a testament to the level of Farcana.
Firing off all shots, so it feels, and beyond that, it's just going to have to be the moment of desperation I had mentioned earlier on, to where desperate times do, unfortunately, but in fact, absolutely call for desperate measures. We're trying to get into this action. It seems that all hope may just have been lost. A difference that's extraordinarily difficult to come back from, with the tracking of Shadowburn. Too much to be able to handle, but tracking enough from Nebulite where only 2 shots needed to land. Beyond that, 6 kills are going to need to land to find Farcana the victory here on what is effectively the European Asian Grand Final, might I remind you. But the semifinals for the entirety of the tournament, with stream number 1 being finished out after this, stream number 2 picking up at 6 PST rather, which is in about 4 hours time, just under now. Once again, with the grand final taking place tomorrow. 5 kills in between them even now. We clock it down and wind as Farcana have got to be pretty happy with their performance in this side of the bracket as of right now to close out this match.
Yeah, I mean, Disco Steve, 10 knockouts, 10 assists, 20. I'll make that 21, 22, so 27. Oh my, it just keeps racking up. I can't even get my point finished because they can't stop getting kills. 23 engagements as a result of a kill out of 28 kills is absolute insanity. They get the job finished. It finishes for Disco Steve, 24 out of 30 of the kills he was involved with. An absolute crazy statistic against top tier opposition, where you have to say massive congratulations to Farcana, commiserations to Carrot Force, and that was a statement to the rest of the world who plays My Pet Hooligan. I mean, that was one of the most shockingly dominant performances I think we'll ever see.
So first, as you say, we will congratulate our winners in Farcana. Unfortunately, it's Carrot Force who leave just as well. But also, there is one more winner, so we're going to go with a net plus on this one. We're going to end off stream number 1 with a big thumbs up, with the raffle winner being announced. It is going to be EMR 2006. They have won the raffle, and we will contact you through X with the MPH account. So do claim your prize in that regard. We will do our raffle. We will see you soon enough, as we will be absolutely excited and ecstatic and hoping to keep the energy up just as high as it could be for the second stream. And once again, I may remind you, just under 4 hours time. It's 6 PST. I keep trying to say CST, but PST. Until then, though, me and Zepp will be doing our goodbyes. See you soon.
Or will we see right soon? Maybe it'll be right now. Perhaps we're still here. I'm sure we'll be getting ready to go for that break in just a couple of moments, folks. We'll get the call when we're ready.
Ending stream.
Actually going for
we're going,
ending of the stream. It's not going for a break. Okay, we just got the word in the ear from the producer, folks. Apologies for that. The stream is going to be ended as of now, and ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for being here. Make sure to check out once again in just a couple of hours, as Why Not just said. We will be back again for the NA side of the bracket. You won't want to miss it. You saw how intense this side was. Don't miss out on all the fun over across the pond. We will see you there soon.
My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. So you down for the house, gotta prove it. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. So you down for the house, gotta prove it.
Calling all hooligans. I'm talking about the cypher buns, the road jumpers, the hair raisers, the bunners, the playboys, the mutants, and the pump bunnies. Let's get it.
Live, let go.
Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans.